Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, all the above, with all the time zones. Today, I don't know how, feeling a bit under the weather today, so I'm not sure how much I'll actually stream. I'll probably go for at least like 2 hours or so, but I'll try to stick to my usual 4 hours, but we'll see. Uh, Mixing it up again today, starting on the scrapper. Um, she's pretty much chilling. I just remembered I didn't use any of the honing materials we got from the Kadan quest line, so I'll probably do that after I do some of my report. As in the title says, today we're gonna work predominantly on trying to unlock extra stuff. So like we're gonna work on some of the chain quests. I think I'm gonna finish the easier portions of
Martial arts are
um
remarkable.
some of the adventure tomes, like for instance Phaeton's, where I didn't really touch any of it, so there's a lot of stuff that's pretty easy to complete. Just to try to get some progress on it and work our way through it. My goal is to try to get as many things to as close to 70% as I can, so that way I could be one step closer to unlocking all the extra merchants for your stronghold. Uh, so I am still going to do. Oh, I didn't realize there are some other ones that gave. Oh, right, because those are the ones that gave breaths in earlier runs that I didn't pay attention to. But we're gonna keep up with the Atropos one. The Atropos one is just it's only like 7 days that I have to do before we finish that one, and then it gives us a quest. But yeah, so a relatively chill day today on stream. Let's see, what do we got today? It seems today is field bosses, or oh no, that was yesterday. So today should be. Oh no, today is Wednesday, so there is not dick besides the Adventure Isles, and those are after stream as far as I can tell, and Volata is the same as the Adventure Isle we'll go to today. Working our way towards finishing stuff. I've also discovered that it's kind of a waste to save pirate coins for to buy the Astray right off the bat, because unless you are um unless you're trusted with Black Fang's reputation, you're going to run into a wall, because not only do you need um not only do you need uh 300,000 pirate coins to buy an item that gives you a quest item that gives you the quest to unlock the Astray, you also need to have Black Fang trusted. And if you don't do the brute force, because you can brute force her, uh, you can do like, so for instance, if you don't know, there's a NPC in Punica called Nia or Naya, however you pronounce it. There's a thing called the Nia skip, where if you you basically like hoard up a bunch of rapport items of the same kind, either of legendary or relic rarity, and then you throw them at her all at once, so it brute forces her her rapport all the way to the level that you need for for the for the Omnium Star she can provide. Well, Black Fang also has the same skip, though I think she requires more items um, to get her to Trusted in order to complete that quest. So, at the end of the day, I think I probably won't get the Astray anytime soon, because even if I plan on doing that skip, I don't have selection boxes. Most of the report boxes they gave us aren't selection boxes; they're random boxes. So you can't just you might get really lucky and get most of the items you need, but for the most part, I think most people wouldn't do that. And a lot of the and so like if you do it the hard way, which is by just doing it slowly through the stuff, you'll kind of get virtue locked at like 260 or some stuff like that. Basically, there's a Reddit post about it that I was reading on that was explaining the how hard it is to get the Astray and how much work goes into getting it. Another caveat is let me see. I don't know, I think it's in my storage. The blueprints for the Astray. I have 88 saved up currently because I've been buying them from my stronghold when they show up. You can't get those out of these blueprint chest boxes, so you have to buy those up, and you need a lot of them. And until you get the Astray to level 5, it's not a very fast ship compared to, like, say, the S stock. Well, it's not a very good ship compared to the S stock, and you need sailors. One of the sailors costs 140,000 pirate coins. That's a lot. You also need 22,000 sun coins total in order to get the relic version of 2 of the sailors you need. One of which is the relic version of Blackfang, which you absolutely need because her passive is really strong. The other one is a Baraka? I forget how to say. It's like Baraka from Mortal Kombat. But he costs he costs 14,000 sun coins, and then for relic Blackfang you need to get a Tears of Abyss, which is also from the ships, and those cost 8,000 sun coins for one to trade for her. So you need 22,000 sun coins total, plus 440,000 pirate coins, plus getting a Blackfang 2 trusted, on top of already having collected all of the ship materials that you need in order to in order to make the Astray an actual, like, the strong ship that everybody basically makes it out to be. So I think my plan is I think I might just take that slow. I'm going to try to, I think I'm going to get Blackfang up to the level that they say, and then leave her there for the rapport level, and then just try to collect, I'll either try to collect the rapport items to brute force her, or I will, oh, I chose the wrong one, I'm such a dumbass. Or I will wait until I have high enough virtues in order to all at once push the, well, to not get virtue blocked on the way up. So my goal right now is to get enough blueprints, get the sailors, and after I get that done, then I'll worry about getting the Astray. So, which means we're gonna get comfortable with the S stock because we're gonna be on the S stock for a while, which is fine by me. I don't mind the S stock. The boat looks nice. You can customize the sails. It's fast. I think mine goes 37 knots when it's on speed boost, which isn't bad. I also made the purchase from Phaeton to get the 40,000 sailor for the ghost ship, so that way I can I don't have to worry about the ghost ship debuff. I'm not quite sure when I'll pick those up again, to be honest, because I think in order to successfully do the tier 3 ghost ship, pretty much everybody's gonna need the ghost ship and the sailor. And I still don't think, I think the average, I mean, maybe in tier 3 it won't be that big of a deal, but I feel like the average players themselves still don't know about the ghost ship and the like the ghost ship itself, not necessarily like the actual fight ghost ship, but I mean the actual ship, the Abern's wound, and then the sailor, so that way you don't have to worry about the debuff. So even if you have the debuff, you're not gonna be really able to carry those raids by yourself. You kind of have to, you have to work together with other people who also have it. Did I grab his report quest? Yes I did. So since we're here, we're gonna do the report quest for Thyrane that we got as we continue to progress through Thyrane, because I still want his card. Because if I can get Thyrane another, so if I can get one more Thyrane's card from like a card pack on top of his from his rapport, basically all I'm waiting on now is to get enough Solaces, because well, to get enough Solaces and the last 2 legendary cards I need. So basically 3 legendary cards, 1 Carmine, 1 Delayan Armin, and 1 more King Thyrane would basically mean that I would have, on top of getting the rest of the Solace cards, means I would be done with the crit set. So, ooh, cutscene. I didn't expect this.
How is the search for the Ark going? I see.
There's no
Indeed, it's not
captions
an
for this?
easy task. But I believe that you can do it.
He's still not dead?
You are.
I will avenge the death of my father.
I was pretty sure we killed him already.
Die!
A couple times over. Oh shit, that missed. I came over geared, baby. Oh, it's Castleford.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Get this scum out of here.
They still can't get the captions to match up with the voice acting.
You hypocrite. You spilled blood throughout this land to take the throne. You're no different from my father.
Interesting outlook. That does bring up a valid point. Does killing a murderer make you a murderer? Kind of depends on your perspective on things. Oh. I guess we'll go back real quick to see if there's any follow-up quests for rapport. It does not appear to be the case, so instead we will go to Wave Strand Port and go to Atropos, which I think Punica is the closest. Maybe, I don't know. I have to kind of get a more. I haven't gotten a feel for where Atropos is closer to. So I know it's like. So here's Punica. Yeah, but Punica is definitely closer than Orlando. Because you literally just go straight through there.
Have any letters to send?
So that'll be good. I still need to go over to Slime, the Slime Island to build it to collect some jelly coins, and so I can buy Tasha's rare version, which from my understanding is from like the stock from that Merchant Rotates. Actually, while we're in Punica, I think I'm gonna do the Chaos Dungeons at least. See if I can get more tri points that are worth using, because I kind of fucked up on the tri points, but I think I know how to fix it if I can get another chest piece. If I get another chest piece from the Chaos Dungeon, then this is easily fixable. If not, then I'm just gonna have to say goodbye to my Battering Fist Berserk, more than likely. But we'll see. I think I should be able to get at least one chest piece, and then I can do my move arounds. Because I basically, in case you don't know, tripods for your armor, level 1s have 100% transfer rate. I kind of fucked up, and I had a level 2 that I was looking for on one piece of armor, and I didn't realize it was level 2. And level 2s have a 30% transfer rate. So what I need to do is I need to get a chest piece so I can transfer. Basically, I can transfer the level 1 that I'm using on this chest piece right now. I can transfer that to that, and then I can transfer my hone from my chest piece to the other chest piece, and then from there I can transfer the level 1 over 100%. It sounds a little complicated, but I think when I show it to you, you guys will understand what I mean. It's a bit of extra work that it's pretty easy. Could have easily been avoided if I had been paying more attention. Because from purple, I didn't expect that from the very first instance of purple gear, I'd be getting level 2s already. Because I'm mistaken, the way it goes, it's like purple you get. So blues give you level 1, Purples you get level 1s and you have a chance for level 2s. If I'm mistaken, legendaries are level 2s with a chance for level 3. And then you have the relic gear is so like for instance, so here's the purples. And then once you get to the sun at 1329, you'll start getting the legendary. And this isn't equipment. Like these, you can't wear these. These are literally just armor with tripod skills on them. And if I'm mistaken, these have will give you level 2s with a chance at level 3s. And then when we get the next page with the South Vern, we'll get the next step up for rares, which I think will give you level like are at level 3 and then have a chance for level 4 or something like that. I don't know, we'll find out as we get up there, but it's still a ways to go because I'm still slowly making my way up to 1325. Actually I want to see how much I can hone. Well, we'll see how much, because like the honing rates are a little rough, so I already failed multiple times on multiple pieces of armor just getting to 1329 because my luck's not very good when it comes to hones, so it is what it is. It happens. It's just the luck. So let's see. I think I was working on this one. You see, I'm at 58%. I already tried a couple times. Still didn't succeed. If it fails this time, the next one's guaranteed. See, like, just to get to +7 on one piece cost me. I had to fail 5 times on it, and then you succeed randomly. Like, there's not much you can do about it. I'm gonna try to overhone that. Nope, didn't work out, which is fine. I still have plenty. I'm trying to get to +8, so we're at 1330. The next one is, so we're trying to get to +9 is 1340, and that's kind of our goal. So that way, I can do both of the Aura or both of the tier 3 abyssal dungeons without having to worry about getting blocked and doing all that kind of stuff. Because I'm not that good. Because, you know, again, I've only been playing Lost Ark since like the head start, so I'm still kind of getting used to the game and stuff like that. And so every little bit for me kind of helps. So we'll see how we progress forward. And so we'll start with the chaos dungeons. We'll finish out our Una dailies, and then from that we'll start hitting some of the chain quests and stuff like that in the different islands and stuff. I was thinking of starting with Phaeton first because I think one of those chain quests will unlock me a daily that I can do on other characters for Phaeton. I need to swap to this. And where's my rock? It's not the right rock. Oh, I'm wearing the rock already. Cool. Print to strike. I will apparently in Korea they finally got in their most recent patch, they made it where so you can set what, so like there's a thing in this game called integrated presets, which you can set your like gems and armor and accessories and your skills and stuff like that. And apparently they finally added a feature to the game where you can on the queuing menu you can select what preset you want to use for that content. So that way, say, you know, everybody's had it where they, you know, they're doing their chaos dungeons and then they immediately go to do their guardian raids, and then as they're fighting the guardian raid they realize that they're in the wrong build. So it happens to everybody, it happens to me all the damn time. But with this system, what that means basically is the game will instantly swap you to whatever preset you have chosen for that content. So that way you won't have the issue of being in your chaos dungeon stuff while you're trying to do your guardian raids. So that'll be pretty cool to see. I don't know when we'll get that, because that'd be a pretty cool quality of life, but seeing how Korea literally just got it like yesterday, it'd probably take us a little bit to get it over here, I'd imagine. Or it could come out sooner rather than later. Who knows? To be honest, at this point, I have no idea. They've done so much weird shit with our version that who the hell knows what they're trying to do. But I still enjoy the game. I know a lot of people are like, you know, they're like, you should like protest the game or whatever. I don't think Lost Ark is that far gone in our version. I don't think it was. Again, I'll say this. Currently, I honestly feel that the current state of our version was just a bit of an oversight. If you haven't watched it, Benji, he's a YouTuber I'll always like shout out or I always talk about because I watch a lot of his videos because he's you know, he's kind of like the only person who plays Destroyer who puts out videos in like Korea like on a consistent basis, at least, that aren't just like meme videos or something like that, which I also like watching those. But he put out a video talking about his perspective on the Argos issue that's currently going on. He brought up some pretty good points. He brought up some points that that I think a lot of people kind of either weren't made aware of, or as a like non-Korean player who like, you know, they played in Korea or something, kind of disvalue because of the catch-up mechanics already available in Korea. Challenge raids, like Benji was saying that in Korea you're basically expected to have 4 level 3 engravings to pug those, because that's what the groups require, so that way you can speed through it. Now I don't think he means it's necessary to have 4 level 3 engravings, but the point is at the time when that content came out, it was relatively, it was easy, or it was at least it wasn't too difficult at the time, or at least, well, currently I think it was basing it off of current stuff. But the point is that I don't think that as a whole, I feel like if they release Challenge Guardians the way that they are in Korea, with how strong they are, what's going to happen is it's going to make an even bigger divide between the whales and the non-whales, or at least the people who pushed forward to higher gear scores and those who didn't. Because now all of a sudden, you know, you're just going to want to take the people with the higher gear scores and the, like, you know, the built engravings that they could have spent, you know, maybe they did spend gold on it or something to get the materials and to get the engraving books to complete those raids faster, because those raids are hard and they have a lot of good materials on it that you want. So he brings up an interesting point that that's probably not what's best for our version, like right now off the bat. And I'm kind of inclined to agree, because the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, they had, like, even though yes, they did buff our Guardian raids, I think the biggest issue with our version of the, like, our region is that it's too new. Like, it's too new. People haven't had a chance to really, like, build out their library of engravings, you know, haven't had a chance to RNG some good accessories and stuff like that. So this sped up content route is really like harmful, and I don't think, and like while adding extra ways to get material is important, I really agree with Benji on that. The way you add the content for the materials is also important. Like, a lot of people quote Challenge Guardian raids, but if we can't complete those Challenge Guardian raids, even though it's only weekly content, or we can't do it in what we consider a timely manner, people are just going to get mad. They're going to get even more mad, forgetting that they were the ones who asked for this. Benji brought up a very good point that he thinks that they should just like add even more, like, you know, increase the cap of how many materials you can get from the Naruni racing, and just put out more events that are like the Naruni racing, where they're pretty good events. You can help people push through tier 1, tier 2 very quickly, and then help kind of like smooth out the hurdle for 13, you know, from to get to 1340 and then 1370, and then maybe also like release the honing rates, or like increase the honing rates, so that way you know, people can get higher. Now I also kind of agree with him that I don't think letting people get too high too quickly is a good idea, but also people seem to forget that any honing rate buff that applies to us will also apply to the whales, which are the people they want to catch up to, or at least try to catch up to. And in my opinion, the honing rates are probably still going to be a double-edged sword, because they're going to apply the honing rates, it's going to apply across the board, and then when the free-to-play players realize, or at least the more vocal free-to-play players, because there's also that discrepancy that a lot of people like to forget to make, is that not all the free-to-play players that go on forums are the vocal minority on most cases. In this case, probably not so much, because I've seen a lot of people that that don't just spit like you know, they don't start just pointing fingers and saying the game's dead and stuff like that. They've put really concrete points and topics on like Reddit and the forums, so it makes me think that, you know, the current state of Lost Ark, it's not just the vocal minority doing it, it's also like everybody's writing on it. But when it comes to complaining, a lot of times that tends to just be the vocal minority. That tends to be the free-to-play players that, you know, in my opinion, a lot of them don't respect the game. I feel like there's a lot of players on the internet right now that expect something like the honing buffs and the challenge guardians to make it possible for them to keep up with whales. You're never going to keep up with whales. Like, if you don't spend money, you're not going to stay, you know, you're not going to be able to stay up in item level with the people that do spend money. That's just a fact. Now, a different caveat to that is the real complaint comes down to what should be considered like easy to access content. So for instance, I think it should be easy for a average free-to-play player to be on item level for, say, normal Vaulton when he comes out, which I think is 14-15 is what I've heard. Normal Vaulton should not come out until most of the average player base is 14-15, because that is a normal raid. That is our gear progression, because at that level, that item level, the only gear we're going to be getting is from raids. So obviously the new raids should, like the normal version of the new raids, should be released at a point where everybody can, like, you know, have a chance to play at it. The hard mode, on the other hand, I think that should be, like, it probably shouldn't be on like day one, but, you know, I don't think they should wait too long for the hard mode, because to be honest, most of your average players are never going to step foot in the hard modes for the most part. And if they do, they're going to be stepping foot into it later when they're overgeared for it. So, you know, I don't think on the hard mode of stuff. But then you have the question of the hell modes. It's like, well, with the hell mode, do you, like, when do you release the hell modes? Because the hell modes also have really high gear score requirements. So, because I think it's like, for hell mode Vaulton, I think it was 1450 is what you needed to go into it, or something, or no, I think it was higher than that. I don't know. Basically, it was a really high entry requirement for item level, and apparently the first party to clear them, I think it was for Vaulton. It might have been for Vaulton or Helviekus. Basically, apparently the first party to clear him was predominantly compromised of players that you would say, you know, you wouldn't really call them free to play in the sense that they didn't spend any money, but even though I think like some of the players, you know, they were players that don't spend any money, but they were probably players that bought cosmetics, you know, bought skins and stuff like that. But basically players who didn't spend, like, they don't tend to spend money on like materials to progress their character. They spent money on that's a pretty cool looking weapon, to be honest, on the gunslinger. They spent money to, you know, make themselves look good, which is respectable. But apparently that was the first party to clear, I think it was Hell Vaulton, or maybe it was Belshazzar. I don't know. It was one of the really hard, like, one of the stuff that's considered the hardest content in the game. So with that in mind, you kind of have to weigh when do you release stuff like that, you know, all that kind of shenanigans. So I don't know. It's a tight rope to walk on, and it's not very hard to balance for any MMO, not just an MMO that's been out for a while. Ooh, that would have more spec. Oh no, that was swiftness. Put that shit back in there. Where's the? There you go. Those two. So I think the proper reaction, the proper way people should react to the current state of Lost Ark is wait and see. Don't spend money, play the game passively. You know, if you're getting burnt out, just put the game down for a bit, or maybe just log on to your Chaos Engines, log off. Don't let you know, streamers kind of like dictate what you need to do. Don't let myself, a really small person who's got like no viewers, tell you what to do. You can kind of make your own decision, but let's see, 139. But I think at the end of the day, Lost Ark is a game, so you kind of have to. When you stop treating a game like a game is when it's, is when you probably need to put the game down for a bit at least, and take your time to go experience something else. Because when you start treating a game a little too tightly, is when you start having, treating it a little too seriously, like almost like it's a second job. That's not a very good outlook to have when playing a video game, because video games are meant to help you de-stress. You're supposed to enjoy yourself, and there's multiple different ways that people can enjoy themselves, but I think for the most part, you kind of need to just people should relax a little bit. Okay, so okay, that's there. So for this, I want to apply the selected over here. Okay, so then I will take it up. I should have taken it out of my inventory. So what I can do now, if I'm not mistaken, is, oh god damn it, I hate that. I really wish I could just throw that stupid sort button out the window, or make it ask me if I want to fucking do it. I know it looks like a mess to other people, but I have a system with how I have things distributed, and now this completely ruined it, and I'm gonna have to spend time off stream fucking dealing with this shit. I absolutely detest the fucking it was the headpiece. I fucked up. Son of a bitch. Wait, does my headpiece even have anything good on it? I fucked up. I thought it was, oh, I have an extra helmet. Okay. I was about to be like, shit. Because I thought it was a chest piece that was the problem, but it's not. It's it was the helmet that was the issue. Okay, but I have this one. Okay, so we didn't completely fuck up. We're still fine. So what I need to do is to take this, save to inventory. Okay. From this, I need to apply it to this, because I'm trying to keep the single hit. And then from here, save this to inventory, apply it to this, and then we will transfer to here. Oh no, you can't do that. Damn. That's unfortunate. But I guess this one doesn't really matter too much. That's unfortunate. I was hoping I could, like, transfer it over, but I guess they're a little too smart for that. That's level 2. Shit. What do I have equipped? That's not as good as this one. Because this gives a shit ton of damage. So I am going over here. Counter effect, save the inventory. Yes. Transfer. Take this. Apply to gear. Counter effect, yes. And then, so we have that one. Is this one level 1? Yes, yes it is. So we can still take Moment of Truth. And we still have 3 tripods on one thing that we like. And then over here, we can get violent advance. Transfer this. Then we do that. And we're good to go. So here we have the overflowing. And I think, yep. I couldn't do what I thought I was gonna do. They outsmarted me. Heckin' bamboozled. Yeah, can that be used as transfer material? That's unfortunate. That's fine. We'll probably get it eventually in the future anyway. Death Rattle's not that big of a deal on Taijutsu at the moment. Even though I'm gonna have to redo all this grinding all over again if I change over to Shock, which I've been thinking about doing for a while. But I haven't gotten I'm still waiting for the engravings to come down a little bit more in price. So because they're still a little too expensive, because I need like 20 bucks. Yeah, see, they're still like 60. Alright, there isn't even enough Shock 20 books on the market for me to buy them. Alright, so we're gonna go to Tropos. Get that daily quest done. We're gonna go to Atropos. From Atropos, we'll come back down and then go ocean liner over to Phaeton. Do that real quick. And then while we're in Phaeton, that's when we're gonna start doing the chain quest. And probably, I should probably pull it up. I'll open a tab that has that does, so I can like track down the like the rare mobs and the hidden stories and stuff like that, because it ain't bad, because that's extra charisma points and stuff like that. And then it's not the only one. Punica and Phaeton are probably the two I'll try to work on, because I haven't done anything in either of them. So I've gotten a couple here. I've gotten a couple of the rare mobs, but it's still pretty empty. I can do the hard modes of the dungeons to get more loot, to see if I can push to 1340 a little easier. I feel like most people would be like, save that for 1370, but to be honest, I'm not that much in a rush to get to 1370. I'd like to get there sooner rather than later, obviously, so I can at least do maybe the hard mode of the dungeons to get legendary gear. But the caveat to that is that it takes a lot of investment, and the honing rates are really dog shit right now. So instead of like bending myself over backwards, I'm kind of just going to take it at my own pace. And you know, I think 1340 is a good spot to sit at for a bit to try to like build up some stuff. Oh, I think, okay, this is the chain quest that I was working on that got me the daily. Phaeton's vegetation, long like a giant watcher. Are probably the most cute. They're hard to find, but it says that they can be found in the weather. Yeah, this is another story that you can only do one chain quest a day, and then when you're done with it, it unlocks one of the dailies, and that's what I did. It's one I use on my, it's a daily I do on my Berserker for stuff. So we're gonna do all the hidden stories. We're going to do all of these monsters and get all the vistas, because we've already done the normal and hard modes of the two dungeons for materials. I should have done this yesterday, because Anculatus is a field boss, but after you do your field boss, you can still kill these field bosses to get adventure tome credit. So that's a smart way to do it. I don't know. I honestly don't know if there's enough people on my server who wave tactic Moak to try to get a Moak kill for the Punica adventure tome, but to be honest, my goal is to try to get to the masterpiece. Obviously 70% is, well, 80% is like the real goal, but 80% is going to take forever, because 80% is a +6 skill potion. But to be honest, with how many skill potions I already have obtained, I think I'm not really going to push too hard on trying to do it. I think I'm kind of just collecting coins or the keys for Stella for that dungeon. Moak is another Omnium Star. Naya is another Omnium Star, so that's 3 Omnium Stars to get to the Wealth Rune. But I think I was thinking you need 6 to get the second potion. Yeah, so you need all of them to get the second potion. So like for instance, if Stella and Mock drop theirs, I'd be at 4. I'd have an overwhelm room and a greater stat potion, and then I'd have to collect I'd either have to level up my virtues or collect rapport items to get Naya's to get the Omnium Star from her, and I don't quite remember where the last one's from actually. Now that we talk about it, let's see. Omnium Star. Where's the last one from? The Broken Stella. Let's Mock. I already bought the exchange one. Rapport with Nia. Reputation Nia Village Purification Ceremony. Okay, so that is a daily we need to unlock. Reputation. All reputations. Star number 2. So the militia fighter. Okay, so we could have been. We should probably start doing that. I don't know what the reward is from the weekly for that, or from the daily for that. Where is this one? No, that's a starry. That's 22,000 silver though. Where is the Punica one? Actually, I have an easier way of doing this. Yeah. Oh, reputation. Omnium will accept pawn purification. Go over to accepted quests and see what it gives us. Harmony shards. Okay, then what I'm going to do, because my berserker needs more shards, I'm gonna start doing this on this character instead. I'll need to do this 7 times, and then there's a level 2, which I think is. So basically, what's today? Today is the 16th of March. So it'll be like beginning of April when I'll get this Omnium Star. That's a pretty simple one, and then the shard buildup will actually help out over time. So that'll be pretty good. Yeah, and then I'll have 2 Fate and dailies I can do on the Berserker. So that'll work out. That'll definitely work out. That's a pretty good move. Supposedly, like, this is supposed to be who they sell, or according to some of the wikis or whatever, she's supposed to sell the Tasha at some point too, every once in a while. So, sculpture. But I kind of need to start doing some of these extra stuff because there's a couple of these vendors that have weekly roster limits for engraving chests and books, and so the longer you take to, you know, the sooner you start building those up, the sooner you'll have like extra books. This is the kind of stuff you can do as you know, maybe if you don't, you know, as a free-to-play player, like you have a weekly roster limit of 2 engraving books, or of the blue and 5 of the green for the non-class engraving ones that every week you can get. There's also 10 blood claws. That would require you to get 100 splendid star fragments. I haven't gotten any of those because those are pretty rare from what I can tell. So, I mean, if you can get one, power to you. I haven't gotten any, so I'm hoping I can get one eventually. I need to start slowly replacing more of my gems, but they go for so much now that it's a little hard for me to give up the gold. I have a friend of mine who he sold a couple of his level 5 gems for like 7,000. I sold a level 4 gem the other day for 6,000. Like, with the current market flux, these are, you know, they're coming down in price pretty hard. Let's see. We'll put it for 36. 28, it's only 1,000. Before, those 28 would have been like double that. So gems are probably like one of the only real money-making ways left at the moment. There is a bit of a back and forth about it because there's a lot of people going, well, if you save on, if you don't sell your level 6 gems now, you can then turn those into level 7, then level 8s and so on, and sell those for even more. But the caveat to that is it takes, with the current state of things, it takes a long time to get gems to get to level 5. So, to level 4 and level 5. So, the time it takes you to make one level 7, if you could make like 3 or 4 level 4s, and you can sell those for, you could probably sell those individually for more than you could sell the level 7 by itself in the current economy at the moment, because there might be some whales who buy like level 7s and level 8s for like an astronomical amount, but you'd have to luck out and hope that you got the right one or the right gem that they're looking for, because when you buy a gem for gold, what you're doing is you're replacing the silver refaceting cost with the gold cost. So you're trading the RNG of having to spend millions of silver to refacet a gem into what you need it for to gold, so that you can guarantee this is the gem I need, this is the gem I want, and now I have it. And so, it kind of just depends on the player. You could argue that silver is better of a currency to spend than gold, but I can tell you, as I don't know if it'll let me show, as someone who has refaceted gems multitudes of times. Let me see if it'll tell me. Where's it at? I think it's in here, right? I think it's like perfectionist or something. Oh, your intuition succeed in honing. Perfectionist. As someone who has refaceted their gems like 332 times, and most of that was in tier 2. If I could get a level like 7 gem for like 5,000 gold, I would buy it. Even as a free-to-play player, I would buy that, because the sheer amount of silver you'll go through to try to refacet even just a level 4 or a level 5 gem for the one ability you're trying to hunt down, if you're just trying to hunt down that one ability, you're gonna go broke. You're gonna be so fucking broke that it's like you're gonna end up wishing you had just spent the couple thousand gold to get the guaranteed one, because it's disgustingly expensive. Oh, here's Wilhelm. This is the other guy you need for the Astray. This is one of the relic sailors you need. 144,000. My goal right now is to try to get to 200,000 before I buy him, because I do not want to. It's not really worth buying him specifically, while leaving yourself like too poor to buy your honing materials on reset, in my opinion. And the more characters you have in tier 3, then the more pirate coins you kind of have to leave yourself to buy materials, especially because level 3 honing materials at the boats are unbound, so you can funnel those into one character from multiple other characters. So that's just oh shit, I should have done the Punica daily before I left. Let me out. So that's just the way it be. So at least that's just the way I look at it, is I think you should definitely leave yourself some leeway. I think the high seas coin chest purchases are definitely better, because while you do transfer those, it's still, let's go to 20. Oh shit, the aggroed invisible mob. Oh. What do you mean? Come on, let me out. the high seas coins chest, you can still get, you can get 5 a day from the Adventure Isles. And then we currently have the Naruni event, which gives us like 6,000 a week. So I think it's pretty safe to invest in those. So also we have more honing stuff. Today was Leapstone Day. It was Leapstone Day for chests that they give us, or our characters. Ugh, thing this annoys me. So I'm still holding on to these. Basically, I'm holding on to these boxes to see what the next what the actual roadmap ends up being. While common sense, well, different levels of common sense dictate different things. PR common sense would say that potentially, they would change the classes that they had initially been planning to release at launch, or in March and April, to other classes that are more popular, in order to regain some public opinion. Now, the caveat being, I think people underestimate how much work it probably takes for them to add a new class to our region, and I don't know if any of the classes aside from what they had, what we've already known from the accidentally early released roadmap, like which one of them would be possible for them to swap over, because well, I think people forget that. So not only do they need to add to the game weapons, you know, weapons from tier 1 through tier 3 for the new class, you need to also put in the code for the skills for the new class. You also need to add the class engravings for the new class. Well, the 2 class engravings for the new class. You also need to then add all of the possible accessory combinations obtainable by the new class. And then you have to implement all of the tripod armors for the new class. I am not sure how much that would take them to do. It sounds like a shit ton of work to do, to me, personally. So I think that at least maybe, again, I also don't know, because they could just do overtime and completely, like, you know, prep the codes for a new class, like day one, like overnight almost, because they do technically have a month for it, you know. According to the initial roadmap, Destroyer was planned to be in April, and if the assumption is correct, then it would have been, you know, it would have been April 14th, because if I feel like the current, like what happened in March was pretty indicative that our major patch cycle is probably going to be from one event calendar to the next, and this event and this login calendar goes through the 14th of April. So potentially the 14th of April could be when we get the next major patch or the April update. So they do technically have plenty of time to do it, but the question is, alongside all the other changes they probably have to do, like there's probably going to be honing rates. We might get like South Vern, like the area, the continent, stuff like that. Like, I'm not sure what all would entail. I mean, if they delay Volton, I don't know how much they had Volton done in the coding process, because Volton was supposed to be for March, and then Viekis was supposed to be in April, which then would have meant Kakul Seidon was probably in May or June. I don't know how much work they've gotten done on those, but I imagine that they're probably going. The fact that we haven't had a roadmap yet means, at least content-wise, they're completely revamping the list more than likely. Like, there's probably a pretty high chance that for us, like, they might push Volton back to May, and then give us April as like a month to hone up and get ready for Volton. I personally think the smartest decision would be to push Volton to maybe like mid or end of May, well, maybe releasing 1 or 2 classes in April to give players something to, to play, because the community is chomping at the bits for new mains. And while you have the loud Lance Master Scouter crowd, there are rumblings from like the Reapers, the Destroyers, the Arcanas, and the Summoners in the forums and the Reddits, saying that they would like their classes available, especially for Legion raids, which are like kind of the end-all be-all raiding experience that we're going for. Personally, for me, in a, I guess you could say in a quote-unquote perfect world, they would release all 7 classes between April to May. Will they do that? Probably not. Not even from just a quote-unquote content spread kind of thing. Even from a logistical thing, that might just be a nightmare with how much extra shit you have to add per class in this game. Should they, though? Probably. Oh wait, no, I did. Why did I come to? Oh right, I was gonna do the chain quest in Phaeton. So, you know, there is a question of like, what are they gonna do? Because it's a tricky situation they're in. From what I also heard, that the Koreans are also very heavily scrutinizing them for having made this stuff. I know Benji, in his video that he posted, brought up the idea that maybe they had left the drought in a way to try to like keep the gap between more experienced players and the newer players closer, which is possible. I do know a lot of people like to throw around the words "the average player" when they're talking about the 1370 spread, but I don't think people really understand. My queues for tier 1 and tier 2 are faster than my queues for tier 3, which leads me to believe there's a lot more people in tier 1 and tier 2 than there is in tier 3. So the average player probably still isn't even in tier 3 to experience the 1370 problem yet. But they will be vocal on it simply because their favorite streamers and YouTubers are vocal on it. So, you know. Wait, is this the... I think that's the one I need, yeah? Or... Sorry, I'm trying to unlock all the dailies for Phaeton, because they're pretty simple. So... No, hiding the shadows, that's what it's called. Alright, so, you know, I think it is pretty, it's a pretty tricky situation they're in. I do know that, well, actually something that I find really interesting is how invested the Lost Ark Korean community is in, like, our NAEU status. I feel like, in a lot of other Eastern MMOs I've played, such as, like, Black Desert and, like Blade and Soul, and some other more obscure, like, free-to-play ones, I think for the most part, the Eastern community tends to not be very, they don't tend to be very supportive of, like, NAEU community, because there tends to be a really big divide on mentality on, like, pay to win and stuff like that between the two regions. But it seems that, oh, hello. That I guess the free to playness, as I would say it, for lack of a better term, is it's prevalent enough that they're very invested in our version succeeding. I think that's really cool, personally. I do like seeing this community. I think also kind of what in lies with it, poor child, kind of something that that kind of comes with it is, I think they also see this as an opportunity to have another big community for the game. From my understanding, a lot of the player base from the Russian servers transferred over to the EU servers, because a lot of the people playing on the Russian client weren't from Russia. And even then, from what I've heard, even some Russian guilds have jumped over, simply because the ability to have a fresher community that's more thriving is definitely more enticing as a guild, period, not just, you know, as a player. So they're probably not that community. You know, it's probably turned into the EU community. And then from what I understand, the Japanese player base is also not very big, or at least not very vocal. So I think the Korean community sees our region as a chance to have another big region with a lot of players to share, you know, their love of Lost Ark with. And it seems like they share the same mentality, at least as we do, that we would like to catch up to the Korean version so that we could have simultaneous releases alongside the Korean players, so we can both experience you know, launches for like raids and shit side by side. Because to be honest, I feel like a lot of players, the reason they like playing MMOs, especially if they like raiding, is to figure out a boss fight. And it seems that in Lost Ark, the most equalizing part of pay to win and whales, or pay to win and free to play, is a new raid, because you're still figuring out, you know, you have to figure out tactics. And in Lost Ark, gear can only, oh my god, you're making me go all that fucking way with, bruh, who designed this quest? Who hurt you? Like, did you have a bad day when you made this quest? But I feel like because the way the mechanics are in Lost Ark, yeah, you can have another 100 gear score on top of the like free to play players, you know, past what's necessary to do the raid. But if a mechanic is a raid wipe and you fuck up the mechanic, everybody's dead. Because it seems that, so like for instance, if you want an example, Kakul Seidan is a 4-man Legion raid that we're expecting in the future. He's the clown guy, if you don't know who he is. From my understanding, he has this mechanic in his third phase where you have to dodge these like buzzsaw blades. From my understanding, from watching Saint Tone play it the other day, those blades will kill you regardless of how overgeared you are, because they're just coded in a way that as long as you get touched by one, your health goes to 0. So, you know, that's an example of a pretty big equalization between a whale and a free-to-play player, where, yeah, you might have more vitality from having, you know, higher gear, but if a mechanic is designed in a way that it kills you regardless of what your gear score is, then it doesn't really matter. You know, and I feel like that more than like any sort of like honing mechanics or stuff like that, or gear score, whatever, is probably a more telling it's probably an easier way to kind of close the gap between players of different like types. The hell mode raids are probably also a very good way for that, because hell modes are completely equalized. Like everybody gets put at the same eye level, and then everybody is you know, they have access to the same thing. They're locked into the same bosses, and you can't overpower them. That's another really good way to equalize between different classes of players, where you can probably have a lot of free-to-play players who are very good players, and now you've given them a like you now have given them a point that they can like build off of. For instance, I think this is one of the things that a lot of people dislike the most about Final Fantasy XIV's World First Race. Final Fantasy XIV's, sorry. Final Fantasy XIV's like World First Race is kind of like completely player driven. And I think a lot of people kind of don't like that. I think they wish it was more like Square Enix driven, but I think when you make it official, it leaves rooms for some more complicated stuff. But World of Warcraft's World First Race, I don't know why I said Final Fantasy. I think I was thinking about 14 because I was talking with a friend earlier about it. World of Warcraft's World's First Race, like for the last like I would say 2 expansions, has been decided by what guild has the bigger wallet or can pull the most amount of IOUs, because to get the biggest edge they can get is they've literally hopped servers with accounts to buy items with the exact stats that the player says they need, and then they go back to their server and give it to the player they give it to, or who asked for it. Not any guild can do that. None of the small guilds or none of the like regular sized mythic guilds can do that. Like, that's a lot of money that you're spending. Not to mention, you know, they're also buying WoW tokens to turn into gold to then buy those stuff, or they're selling IOUs with the raid runs, which Blizzard's kind of been pretty inconsistent with whether or not that's part of terms of service. So stuff like that, it's just like, and a lot of people go, oh, well, that's not pay to win, because the players still have to, like, you know, clear the mythic dungeon raids. I'm like, well, then if that's not pay to win, then how the fuck is Lost Ark pay to win? Because it's the same shit. You can spend your money to get your really high item level, but you still have to do the mechanics or the raid wipes. So I feel like people have this really weird double standard between like Korean and like Eastern and Western MMOs, where they're like, oh, simply because it's a free-to-play Eastern MMO, as long as it has any sort of monetary transactions available, it's like pay to win. And I'm like, bro, like, MMOs have been pay to win forever. First of all, if you want to get real technical about it, all MMOs are pay to win because you have to pay money to play them. So there's that. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of like Western players have this weird mentality on what pay to win means, where, to be honest, I've started realizing that pay to win to people generally means that whether or not like, basically it comes down to how big their ego can be. You know, like in Lost Ark, a lot of people will claim pay to win for being able to buy materials to hone farther ahead of them, simply because it means that they can't get on the MVP screen for damage. Doesn't matter that the raid dies, doesn't matter that you got the, you know, a whale got the 40% MVP while you got the 40% damage title, while you got like the 30% damage title. So combined, you both still dealt 70% of the damage on that fight. People are still going to be mad because they go, oh, well, you know, if the whale was my gear score level, I would have won MVP. All right, big fucking whoop. MVP literally does nothing for you. Doesn't matter anything out of that one instance. You don't get any more loot. You don't get anything else. And so it's like, I don't know, like, I feel like when a lot of times at least in the Western community, when pay to win becomes a topic of discussion, it's less of, when you start boiling it down to it, it's less of a it's like the competition between someone who, like, you know, has a natural sized penis versus someone who paid money to get like a 6-foot penis that, you know, they'll black out if they get a boner because of the blood loss. You know, probably a bad analogy, but it's basically, you know, a dick measuring contest when it comes down to like pay to win arguments on most MMOs when you boil it down to on the Western forums. So that's why I tend to have a hard time to take like a lot of the pay to win stuff seriously. Like, for instance, let's take Argos for example. Argos doesn't have a normal or hard mode, but it does have different phases that have different eye level requirements. So the question comes down to, do we consider Argos as a whole to be like the equivalent to a hard mode, or do we split the phases up into normal, medium, hard? If we split the phases up, then obviously they shouldn't have released Argos until a good chunk of players could do at least phase 1, because Argos, unlike other raids, like previous raids, gives you loot on every single phase. Now obviously the further you push, the more loot you get, so the more stuff you can create, but at the end of the day, even if you can't or you don't want to push past the first phase, you still get something out of it, right? So now the question is, what do we consider the normal version of Argos? Is 1370 the normal version of Argos? Is 1385 the normal version of Argos? Because the point is you're not going to please everybody. If they had waited till 1370, there's going to be people that are mad that they, you know, they can't clear phase 3 because they're not 1400 yet because of the increased gear score requirement. Like, to be honest, in my opinion, it's a bit of a weird mix with it. especially considering that if you loot phase 1 Argos, you can't, and you leave, you can't do, like, you're done for the week. You can't go back later and do phase 2 and get phase 2's loot. You can't go back later and do you know, or say you clear phase 1 and 2, you can't go back to clear phase 3 for loot later. It's, in my opinion, it's a very weird, like, it's an odd decision, I guess. Like, I don't personally understand it. I feel like if you're gonna split the phases up for loot, then you should just let players kind of, because like the Legion raids I'm taking are like that. You know, they're split into phases, and then like you clear, like for instance, Belshazzar, when we get her, has will have 6 phases. If I'm mistaken, each phase gives you oh, I should do this on the Berserker. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do these on the Berserker. I'll finish the one I already started, but this one, yeah, I'll do these on the Berserker because it gives tier 2 mets. But basically what I'm getting at is well, I think you can do it on both characters, whatever. What I'm getting at is that Argos, I feel like, was a bad I think it was just a bad move in general, especially considered that they had bumped up the hard mode for the tier 3 raids that we have to 1370, or the tier 3 abyssal dungeons that we have to 1370, so they give legendary loot anyway. I think they could have delayed Argos a bit, given people time to get to, I feel like what they could have done was, so we have the hard dungeons already, so the fact that you can do the normal dungeons made it so a lot of people were perfectly content. You know, I didn't really hear much complaints about it, about not being able to do the hard mode dungeons, because people could do the normal mode dungeons. So you at least are doing something. And even though it doesn't give you legendary loot, you at least, like, you feel like you're progressing, you're doing the dungeon and whatever. And then you can work your way to 1370. The smartest thing they probably could have done was March should have been the month. Like, what they should have done was March, release a new class, because that's the biggest thing. Like, I know they're focused on the Legion raids, but to be honest, I'm pretty sure if someone had the ability, like if you put a supercomputer to calculate how many people go on the forums asking for new classes compared to how many people are asking for Legion raids, it's going to be an astronomical percentage in agreement with having, hold on, let me see what this okay, I'll just have to look up where I get that quest from. Are going to be in agreement with well, you're probably going to find that probably like 90% of the people who ask for things on forums probably are asking for new classes instead of asking for like Volton. Most people probably don't even know who the fuck Volton is, even though you fight him in Lutera, because the caveat is that Volton's raid fight looks completely different from how you fight him in Lutera, because in Lutera he's red, and then for some weird reason in the Legion raids he's green. I'm assuming we'll get an answer on that eventually. If I'm mistaken, he's the only if I'm mistaken, he's the only like Legion general who changes how he looks basically completely. We don't know what Thamine looks like yet in his Legion raid. They're supposed to be getting that, I think, like next month or something. But if I'm not mistaken, like Volton is like green in all of his phases in his Legion raid, because like Belshazzar looks the same as you fought her in the Phantom Palace. Then Vieques looks the way she does in the first phase, and then changes how she looks in the third phase, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's like mid-fight that she changes as she's trying to like seduce you because she's a succubus. But Volton just looked green, so I feel like most people will be like, who the fuck is this guy? But now you ask, I'm pretty sure you go on the forums and you go and you start looking, there's probably more people that know what Lance Master, Scouter, even Destroyer, Arcana, now that those, you know, were quote-unquote leaked, are, and Summoner, because Summoner was out in the CBT, than the other stuff. So, you know, it's like, it's such a weird pacing. I feel like they'll probably do something like this. So I think what's probably going to happen is Argos is probably going to be the content that we have available for March and April, or at least most of April. They might release like South Vern in April, alongside maybe another event with a lot of honing materials to get people up and running. and then stuff like that. The back to my initial point that I was trying to get at is I think the best plan of action that would have been for Lost Ark, our region, would have been you start in February. February launched with tier 1 through 3, all of tier 1, all of tier 2, and then Punica for tier 3. You leave the dungeon, the normal and the hard modes as is. And then what you should have done was March, you should have released a new class, because everybody's chomping at the bits for new classes. And then you alright. Wait, but don't you do this after we like close the gates? Why are you still ignoring her? The they should have, and then they should have had like March should have been like a new class plus like the Naruni racing thing, so that you give people a boost for it, and then probably maybe buff the honing rates or something. I feel like the only real reason, like, people were kind of frustrated with the honing rates before, but I feel like people got even more exasperated simply because there's new content and people want to play the game. And I think a lot of people currently, because like the problem is that you're still, until you get to 1370, you're still stuck doing the same shit. You're doing both normal modes of the dungeon, and then you're just doing Chaos Dungeon, you're doing Egrexion, and you're doing your dailies. That's all you have from 1340 to 1370. There's nothing else new there to mix it up. Which wouldn't have been the case if they had just left the item level requirements of the Guardian raids the way they originally were. So I don't know. I feel like I've been harping a bit too much on this. But I feel like I also like to, even if nobody sees it, I like to vocalize my opinion, because I feel like a lot of people have a weird mentality on what they think, and I feel like a lot of people have this like naive concept of that certain things will magically fix stuff, and they won't. So like, it'll definitely, I don't know. I just hope that Smilegate and Amazon doesn't do anything too radical in the opposite direction, because they need to understand that they won't please everybody. And so they just got to try to do the best they can to have a good game to come out to do it, because the people who like your game will like your game as long as they feel that you are trying your best to give them the best experience possible. The people that are more like seasonal or casual, or they're only playing this game because their favorite streamer plays it right now, those people's opinions, like, they come and go, and like, you can't base it off of them, because if you make changes based off of people that'll leave anyway, because as soon as their streamer plays something else, like, a lot of these people, a lot of people stopped playing Lost Ark for Elden Ring because they came out really close together. A lot of people are going to stop playing Lost Ark for the new Borderlands game. A lot of people are going to stop playing Lost Ark for Monster Hunter Rise Daybreak when it comes out in June. A lot of people are going to stop playing this game for all different sorts of games that come out this year. So you kind of got to try to figure out what your core community is and kind of like make sure those people are really enjoying themselves. And that's the ones that'll keep the game going. And I hope they can just stick with that. Anyway, we'll get back to this. I thought we saw, like, this quest confusing me, because I thought we had solved the issue with killing when what was his name, Kaida? No. Zakai? So whatever. Basically, the big demon dude. I thought, like, when he took the chaos thing in, I thought we solved this problem. He spent the whole day warming up the sky and tidying up the path that his sister would soon walk. Although he could only show her his back, he shone above the skies and quietly waited for the day they would meet again. Touched by the love between these siblings, the heavens allowed the two to meet, although briefly, as promised. This is how one of the greatest wonders in the sky, which we now call the solar eclipse, began. So basically, he's probably still trying to look for a cure or something, but uh I maybe this maybe this chain quest, you get it before we do the chaos, the ending of Phaeton, because I feel like Zyka, there we go, that's his name, Zyka, when he took in the chaos energy that we killed him with, I'm thinking at the end of that we see Levi and his sister together, because if I'm not mistaken, it's basically hinted that in Zyka taking in that energy and us killing Zyka, he basically solved the delay-in problem, for now at least. Man still cares. That was a big waste on this character. 3 bound leap stones that can't be used. I really wish this stuff was just roster bound. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to Punica, because I thought about doing it on Phaeton, but now I realize that that was a bad idea since Phaeton is tier 2. And so that means these chain quests and side quests are gonna give a lot of tier 2 mats. And I'm not really in the business to do multiple attempts at it. So, like, do it multiple times. So I'm just going to go to Punica, do the chain quest in Punica that I can find, see what that gives me and unlocks. And then when I get on the Berserker, we will do the Berserker. And he will do the Phaeton chain quest. I might save the adventure tome hunting for tomorrow. But I was still feeling pretty, I'm still feeling pretty tired, but I'm kind of like pepping up and at least hitting autopilot mode, so that I can get these things done for at least on the Berserker and stuff, to get him caught up, because the goal is still to get him to 1000 and then park him there for a bit and hoard up mats to that when I do, so whenever I do decide to get him to tier 3, he will just straight shot get there and I don't have to worry about it. Because the one thing that always sucks is when you're trying to get to like the next tier and then it's like you're just there, you're just at those like last levels and you just don't have enough mats because you keep failing stuff. He has a decent stock of Moon's Breath saved up, but even that won't really save you. So you just gotta do what you do and try your best. So, and even then, like part of that's also because I plan on again, in case you haven't seen some of the other streams or other VODs, my current goal is to wait and see whatever they end up releasing for a new class in the future, and then based on what that class is, I will decide whether or not I will put the Berserker in tier 3 first, or put whatever that new class is first. If it is a Destroyer, Lance Master, or a well, if it's Destroyer, Lance Master, those 2 classes will take priority to get to tier 3 over all the other classes I currently have available. Destroyer is the one class I really want to play the most. Lance Master is a strong second class that I really look forward to playing.
Be careful from here on out.
After that, hold up, I need to kill these guys. Come on, you bum. Ah, you may have moves, but I have bullshit like hitbox. But if not, if it's like, say, Scouter, Arcana, or Summoner, those will be a tier 2 class instead, for me personally. So then I will push the Berserker to tier 3 with whatever mats I have saved up, and then have those characters. I'll use I might push the Striker to 1000 and then just have him sit at 1000 for a long time, and then push whatever that class is to tier 2 and then eventually to tier 3. And then if it is somehow a Reaper or an Artist, which I highly doubt, I highly doubt the first new class will be either Reaper or an Artist. I think I don't care for either of those classes personally. So, so I am basically I will probably ignore those classes when they come out, and then I will basically just take the classes I have up. I'll take the Berserker to tier 3, and then I will park the the Striker at like 1000, and then I will probably level a Deadeye and try to get him to tier 2 to replace the Shadow Hunter, because I personally am not interested in Reaper or Painter as a class to play, because those are really the only potential classes that we have. Because the other classes aren't even out yet, which is like Aeromancer, which is apparently supposed to be coming out in June or after June. Oh my god, please don't tell me this. What? Okay, that one should have hit him for sure. Okay, that should have hit him. What is with the hitbox? I need to carve this one because I carved that one first. Because Aeromancer is supposed to be the specialist class, and apparently they haven't said it specifically, but according to Benji, they said in the Gold River did a stream for the Korean players last week, and they had stated that the Aeromancer has a high affinity for weather, and that the Aeromancer did not want to come out before the rain season in Korea, and so that means like end of June-ish, I think is what he said when it was. But that'll probably be their summer class, which kind of makes sense when you think about it. They probably, like, Aeromancer will probably have like some sun stuff and like rain and stuff like that, so summer's probably a pretty good time to release that. So the Aeromancer is the class I am very interested in. I like the whole concept of weather stuff and whatever, and it is probably like the only class in a game that could make me play a lolly character, if I'm perfectly honest. Just because I like the whole concept of controlling weather kind of thing. The other class that we know of that's supposed to come early next year is Female Berserker, which I am also interested in trying, because the gender unlocks have a slightly different playstyle to the well, actually a lot of times they have a wildly different playstyle depending on the gender unlock. So I am curious to see how that plays. Also, if she does not have like a raging 10-pack, I'm gonna be disappointed, because, you know, ain't nothing wrong with the berserk. With like, if you're gonna make a female warrior, she better get like a. If the male warriors are running around with like a raging like 6-pack or 8-pack, you know, in a speedo, the female berserker needs to be running around with like at least an 8-pack. You know, like that shit's got to match, because they're supposed to be the same race. And I feel like the warriors are supposed to be some sort of like weird, like, I don't know, giant dwarf mix or some shit like that, because they're bigger than just about any other race I've seen. So, and then I don't know what we get after that. I know there's been rumblings apparently about some alchemist class or some shit like that for the specialist. I don't think there's been anything official on it though yet. So I feel like I don't know, I'm kind of just looking forward to whatever new classes they do. I'm looking forward to any gender unlock running class that I am enjoying. Like, for instance, I like playing female scrapper. I am very curious to see how a male scrapper would play and what the difference would be. Like, because, so like, for instance, in case you don't know, Striker and Ward Dancer have one class engraving that's basically the same. Now, it's really fucking confusing because they both have a class engraving called Esoteric something, but the Esoteric class engraving for Ward Dancer plays completely differently from the Esoteric engraving for Strikers. Why the hell they did that? Who the fuck knows? I also don't know if maybe it was a I also don't know what the naming for it was in Korea. But basically, Esoteric War Dancer plays like Death Blow Striker. Where you gain an extra orb, your abilities consume. I'm saying, well, I know on Striker the way it works for Death Blow is you get 4 orbs. Your esoteric abilities now consume all 4 orbs, and then they deal a shit ton more damage for every orb they consume. So your whole thing is you have 4 orbs, you fill them up really quickly, and then you spend them on a esoteric spender. The difference comes in Striker has a class engraving called Esoteric Flurry that does the opposite. Basically, what it does is it makes it so every esoteric ability costs 1 esoteric orb, but also deals, a little bit more damage. So basically that one, what you're doing is you're building, spending. Like, you build a bit, then you spend 2, and then you build and spend. And it's just like, it's a much more, I guess it's a little easier to play earlier on because I don't think it needs as much, like you need a lot of specialization to make Deathblow work, to be honest. And then you have a War Dancer, I think it's First Intention is what it's called, where they just lose their esoteric orbs, period. And it's just, they can't, I'm thinking they can't even use their esoteric abilities and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see how that, so basically that makes me wonder, which of the 2 class engravings for Scrapper are they going to keep the same for both, right? So I don't know about Gunslinger if their class engravings have the same thing, if they because Deadeye has Pistolier, and then they also have Enhanced Weapon. I don't know what the class engravings for Gunslinger can do. I guess we could look that up now. Let's see, because I'm curious personally. Let's see, what does Peacemaker do? Peacemaker. Attack speed and handgun stance plus 8%, crit rate and shotgun stance plus 15%, damage to foes plus 10%, and additional damage plus 10% to targets with 50% or lower HP for 9 seconds while in rifle stance. That's Peacemaker. And then the other one, Time to Hunt, is crit rate plus 20% for handgun and rifle skills, unable to use shotgun stance. Alright, so basically, Gunslinger's engravings work completely differently from the way Deadeye's works. So, for instance, Deadeye has Pistolier, which deactivates your shotgun and your rifle skill buttons, and you only use the pistols. And then their enhanced weapon engraving, the way it works is every time you swap, stances, you gain a crit rate buff. Yeah, changing stances enhances your weapon. Crit rate plus 20% for 9 seconds. I'm saying you usually just run this at level 1. So, but for Gunslinger, it's more complicated because you get different buffs based on what weapon stance you're in. So now I'm kind of curious if maybe Deadeye they'll change enhanced weapon to be like that. Because the point is currently Deadeye, once you get enough skill points, you only really use pistol and shotguns for your damage, and then you'll bust out your rifle for when you need a weak point. So I'm curious if they'll change that class engraving because, and that's also kind of weird because I'm thinking Gunslinger was the first. Was Gunslinger the first gender unlock? Yeah, I think Gunslinger was the first gender unlock. And so I think they didn't like how big of a change it was, and that's why Striker has one engraving that's the same. So basically we don't know what the standard is, so we'll have to wait to see what female Berserker plays like. If she follows the either the Striker War Dancer, where they have one class engraving that both of them share that's the same, and then they have, and then they'll have another class engraving that's respective to male and female, or it'll be like Gunslinger Deadeye, where it's just completely different what they get and how they play. One thing I don't like, because I get this feeling more from Gunslinger Deadeye than I do from Striker War Dancer. Gunslinger looks like they took the chance to they might have had, maybe these were ideas they had for Deadeye that they didn't do, like for the class engravings at least, and they put it on the Gunslinger. And in a way, they made Gunslinger much stronger than Deadeye because, you know, they play around. It's much stronger. Technically, it's more complicated because you have to juggle all three stances as a Gunslinger, while Deadeye usually you just juggle between pistols and shotguns. But then as a caveat, you know, Deadeye loses really the ability to use their rifle, and they basically have to be in melee range for the shotgun bonuses. So it's a bit. I feel like I just hope that we don't see more stuff like whatchamacallit. Don't tell me that's gonna make me go back for another chain quest back there, is it? No, okay. So we'll go pick up the chain quest here, and then we'll continue from that. I just hope that we won't see like improvements, you know, like I hope that male Scrapper isn't just like a straight up better version of like female Scrapper. I hope it's literally just like a, you know, a bit of an adaptation from it. If they do follow the honestly, I have no idea how the hell they would do that for Scrapper, because I guess the only way they could change it up with the class engravings is that instead of giving, like, I think like maybe Taijutsu would be the shared class engraving. Oh hey, it's the box. We sent this guy from Shushire. Oi, wake up. I think the Taijutsu might stay the same for everybody else, for like both male and female, and then what they might do is you might get a class engraving on the male version where you have to seesaw back and forth between shock and stamina, or I really wish they had just kept chi, because in the Korean version it's like chi and shock is how is the names, like the yellow one is chi and then the green one is shock. But for whatever reason, in the NA version, they renamed chi to stamina, and I think that was a stupid change. I think most people understand chi from martial artist stuff who play video games. So, but that's just my opinion. All right, there we go. Honika. Honika, yeah, baby. Bro, you look like a dead rag. And the militia. I have no idea who he is. I don't know who he is, officer. I just helped ship him to Punica. You know. But I didn't do anything. I think that I'll have to look into, I might look into some of these, because some chain quests have side quests you need to complete to continue them, while other ones you kind of just go straight through, and you just have to refine them where they're at. I'm gonna look for all the chain. I'm just gonna look and complete all the chain quests I can find. I'm gonna try to keep track of the time, because in 20 minutes we have Naruni racing, so that means I can make a fool of myself on stream again. Because last time I did Naruni racing on stream, I had a bunch of gamers in my freaking race, even though we still won. And I will credit myself, because at the beginning of the race I kept like 3 of them in the back, because I am really good. I may not be good at like winning races in Mario Kart, but I'm really good at being a nuisance in Mario Kart. I always get really lucky with like the shells spawns, and then I always know when to use them just right to make the person in front of me's day a bad day, because I'm like, if you're gonna beat me, you're gonna have a bad time doing it, because I don't appreciate you beating me. So that's how you gotta treat Naruni racing. I like Naruni racing. I think it's a great event. I hope to see more. I hope more future events are like that. You bum. Don't fucking touch me. Oh my god. Bruh, you couldn't have like charged up for like 1 second longer. No, you had to like finish just as I was getting to the end. You son of a... I always hate that. You're so close to the end and then they're like, whoop. Then they just touch you and you're like, I am annoyed. Yeah, that's what you get. You get touched. They touch you too. Also, the range mobs just suck for this stuff. I'm gonna like hunt this while I let the demons kind of like go away from me. Also, kind of keep an eye, do Tuki Isle and 450. If I don't miss that out, because I want to save my instant completion tokens. Ooh, card pack. Right now, we're also just hoarding up card packs for whatchamacalls it? For what I'm planning to do is after the weekly reset, when the Rooney Racing resets itself, I'm gonna buy all the card packs and then I'm gonna put them on my Berserker, and my Berserker's gonna open them all. Because he apparently has decent luck with the. Also, my dress is like freaking out there for a second. He has some pretty decent luck with card packs so far. So we're gonna see if that luck lasts. But that is gonna be on Thursday. So tomorrow, basically, I am going to do a card pack opening stream. So, because we'll have
The sea splashes. The wind blows. The sand tickles.
I don't even think I have the other one, do I? Yeah, Song of Spring. I don't have that. Shangra. I haven't done Shangra at all. I need to go just at least get the song. And next, I have a feeling that a lot of these Punica quests require me to do like side quests to like continue them. Like, well, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. So I think I'll still stick to my initial plan of doing this. After I finish doing these chain quests, I will go to Punica, do the at like at the 55 I'll go to Punica to do the you dirty crabs. This is why nobody likes you. This is why you don't get invited to the hot tubs. But also I don't know where the hell they aggro from. I'm going to go to Punica, do the Naruni Racing, and then we'll finish the whatever chain quest we don't have time to finish in here. In Punica, and then after we're finished with the chain quest in Punica, we will go to. Bro, why are there so many crabs here? Like, there's civilians in a hot tub. Go attack them. Leave me alone. Go fight them so you can piss off the militia. Like, leave me out of this. But we will go to Phaeton. I will do the Phaeton chain quest on the Berserker to get what little materials I can out of that. And then try to see if we can get the Berserker to 1,000, because I think he's 986. So we're basically one honing like suit away from getting him to the 1,000, which is a nice little sweet spot to stay, because Lava Chromanium is pretty easy in comparison to like Calventas, and then after so we can just sit there, sit pretty. We'll get a lot of mats from him and the 1,000 Chaos Dungeon. So it's all around a pretty good spot to stay. Then he'll just sit there for quite a bit, and I think I'll just stock up on materials. I'm hoping. I know apparently Asmongold today on stream did some weird like shit about like, I'm giving Amazon and Smilegate 10 days before he does like this weird pay to win thing that it's like, I guess he's gonna try to prove a point that everybody kind of already knows about. But basically in my opinion, I think between this week and next week we might see a I don't know if we'll see a roadmap because personally, I don't think putting out a static like if they put out a static roadmap, they're kind of going to shoot themselves in the foot a bit because then if they do any changes to the roadmap, people are going to lose their minds. So I think what we might see is at least content-wise, we might not see like a static roadmap. They might go, this is our plans for March and April. And then we might see like a roadmap for like classes maybe. Because to be honest, I feel like the two biggest things that people are annoyed about right now is honing rates and new classes. So you give them their honing rates and you give them new classes and you'll probably simmer people down for a while. That probably gives you enough time to, you know, deal with Vulcan and stuff like that. So, or to have them, you know, gear up before they get to, and then they'll be ready to do Vulcan when that comes out. It'll also give people time to collect engravings, collect runes, that kind of stuff. Give people more time to, you know, do skill potions and all that stuff. Like I've been avoiding the tier 2 tower like the plague, even though I should do it because there's a shit ton of survive rooms in the tier 2 tower, and I hate survive rooms. I hate survive rooms with like a passion. I also need to facet these, but I haven't had very good luck faceting recently. So I don't know, we'll see. I have a feeling that I think it's been about a week since the whole roadmap debacle. So it's been a week since the roadmap debacle. It's been a couple days since they asked for player feedback on honing rates. Also, I apparently missed getting this tri-point that was like right here, even though you go through this area when you're questing through here. Yo! 30 reward. What do you get at 30? Rapport item. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. I think that's the rapport item type that you need if you want to get like brute force Nia to her whatchamacallit, her Omnium Star rank. But yeah, I think we'll probably see something. I imagine we might see something this week. Granted, it also might just be more of them just trying to fix issues because like the hot fix on Monday didn't work like at all. Like I don't even know if the event that we're supposed to have on the weekends was able to get put in properly. So I imagine there'll be a patch tonight to try to like fix that stuff. So we'll see how that goes. I'm kind of expecting something to at least hear something from them. So that way, because they've been way too quiet. All right, here we go. Yeah, I just checked the Reddit, or well, not the Reddit, the Discord right now. Let's see. So they gave Amazon Games has released a statement regarding the recent ban wave. The statement has said, they go, "Hi everyone. First, here I'll put this on stream so everybody can see it. They say, hey everyone, first off, thank you for your patience as we sorted this out. The team has investigated the situation thoroughly, and I want to provide an update and some context for everyone. There were a number of accounts suspended in this time frame as a result of one of our speed hack detection programs. While almost all of these bans hit real speed hackers, it appears that the program did flag some lag/connection issues as speed hacks, which led to a small number of players being banned as false positives. Involved accounts should now be unsuspended, and if you were caught in this ban wave, we want you to know that there will be no strike against your account and no repercussions. We apologize for any stress or confusion this may have caused. We are working hard to shore up our cheating detection tools to both crack down on bots and prevent situations like this from happening in the future. That's good. Communication. I'm telling you, Rox, I don't know how this game would survive if they hadn't hired Rox, because like Rox is a fucking champ. Like, I really hope they're paying her well, because she's really doing a good job. Let's see. And then they have on their Reddit. Alright, so they have a thing for weekly weekly update. 3:17 at 12 a.m. Pacific, 7 a.m. UTC, and 8 a.m. Central European time. Let's see. Heroes of Arcadia. Lost Ark's weekly update will take place March 17th, with an expected downtime of 4 hours for all servers and regions. With this update, you can expect the following. In-game event timers related to daylight saving times changes will be fixed after Monday night's hotfix did not resolve this issue. Players will need to have daylight savings time enabled on their computers for the clock to appear correctly. Because of the issues with the in-game timers causing confusions, when the limited time Arcadia Grand Prix event was taking place, we were providing all players with 3,000 Grand Prix event tokens. This currency will be automatically delivered to your universal storage. We are also fucking rude. I'm trying to read a forum post. God. Rude. Lance? We're also aware of a bug that prevents players from participating in the Arcadia Grand Prix if they try to complete the event quest with a character that is under level 50. Although this will not be fixed in this update, we're working on fix to go out during the event period. For users that... I thought I heard it was just a tree regrowing. For users that ran the Titleist raid while it was bugged, we will provide compensation for items that may have been lost. The exact compensation will vary per user since players will have consumed different items during their raid, but may include the following: Awakening Stones, consumable battle items, Phoenix Feathers, Blue Crystals. These items will be delivered to your universal storage after maintenance is complete. We appreciate your patience and we will let you know when servers are back online. Alright, so that's, you know, that's a pretty good indication for solving some of the problems and some of the issues plaguing the game right now. I hope that my hope is that after the patch tomorrow, or tomorrow at some point, they need to do something this weekend, in my opinion, in order to give people something to look forward to, because it's too much, in my opinion. Like they're taking too long. There's not enough. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I think really they need official communication. Like Rox is doing a fantastic job on the forums answering things, but Amazon needs to come out, and Amazon or Smilegate, they need to give us an official thing to they themselves, even if it's BS in the grand scheme of things. Did I get hit? You! Oh my god, fuck off. In the grand scheme of things, they need to show some sort of communication attempt. So, we know Rox is doing a fantastic job on the forums, but the lack of communication from, like, Amazon themselves for, like, official... Where are they? Are you serious? Bruh, like, your spawn point was literally right next to where you ran from. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so it's the 55. We're gonna go back to Punica. I'm gonna find a spot that I won't get attacked, hopefully. I think they're grossly underestimating how... And there's a chain quest in Punica, so we can go pick that up. I think they're grossly underestimating how much players value official communication from the company itself. And something as simple as just saying, hello, we understand that people haven't been too happy with how things have been going recently. We had expected XYZ to play out this way and that way, which is why we made the decisions for X, Y, and Z. And, through this experience, we have come to realize that, the plan didn't work out as we had expected. So therefore, we are reevaluating whatever, and like it's all just PR talk, but it's enough to kind of satiate the average person. Because all the average person is gonna see is you're going to, like, all they see is all these people, ooh, that's a cool drawing, is voicing their concerns and Amazon not saying anything, because while Rox is really like knocking it out of the park with her responses on the forums, unfortunately most people don't go to the forums. Like, most people will consume their media through YouTube, and then another minority will consume it through Reddit. Reddit, I've seen, does a pretty decent job of like, you know, sharing Rox's responses here and there, especially for like more serious matters, like the they didn't upgrade at all. I didn't upgrade either. Man, I just had bad luck today. Moving on. We'll get more materials tomorrow. So like of like stuff like the class changes and how they're working on things and stuff like that. And I think Amazon is putting way too much weight on that, and they're not realizing that they need to put out something themselves. Like, they need to put it out on their own stuff and then have, so that way everybody can see it, because even a lot of streamers don't go on the forums, or if they do, they don't make videos about it. They don't bring it up on live streams. They don't do any of that stuff. You have a lot of people on your Discord. That's fantastic, but a lot of people don't play on Discord. Like, even if we ignore the bots, there's still probably close to 1 million players playing this game worldwide. Like, you have to put out something official yourselves. You can't like blindly expecting people to see Rox's like videos on or like responses on the forums and expecting that to placate the players is naive. To be honest, it's naive in like the nicest of terms. In reality, it's plain stupid, because again, most people probably don't even know that Rox has responded with answers of like, we understand, we need time, we're working on things, like that kind of stuff. Like, a lot of people won't know that those answers are there. Woo! I think that's starting to come back up a little bit. Yep. What about? Oh, that's starting to come back up a little bit too. Yeah, that was going down. I was hoping that would go down like 6K. This is starting to come back up a little bit also. Not too much. It's actually stayed around the same price. The Lawmaker and the Omen weapon boxes are definitely starting to come back up. But I feel like it's a bit naive of them to expect that a forum post that most people in their game won't see is it's not gonna go over. You like, if you really want to like do it right, put it in game. Put a message in game that the first time you log in, after that message goes out, it's literally a message like either telling you to go to the forums to read the apology or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be an apology, because like it can just be like, you know, we learned from this experience, blah 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 blah, and we look forward to you know, your future support and stuff like that. It could just be, you know, just an explanation. Just put something in game. Be like, hey, there's a forum post, go check it out. Hey, there's this, go check it out. Like, you know, it's if you really want everybody to see it, or at least be like, hey, we told you about it in game, so that way you know. I mean, you did a little scrolling thing for the title list to go check the forum. Like, just do that. Like, put a little scrolly message bar under the under our chat window that tells us, hey, by the way, there's a important message from Amazon on the forums. Will most people check it out? Probably not. But if you put it there, I promise you, streamers will put it on stream. People will talk about it in YouTube videos, and then they'll do their job for you. So, and you can at least put it there, so that when players are like, oh, there's no communication, you easily go, what are you talking about? We put a bar underneath your chat window telling you to go to the forum because we had an important message for you. Like, simple, easy, stuff that doesn't really take a lot of effort in the grand scheme of things, and stuff that will go a long way to help you in the eyes of your basically of your players. Now, the people that are more in the know, you know, they'll probably nitpick the shit out of whatever you put out if it's not like an actual roadmap or some sort of content update. But yo, at least you tried, because in the end, that's all that really matters. Some effort put forward will be appreciated by players, and so that's all you got to do. Just put some of that effort forward, And you're good to go. This is green? I don't think I've ever seen the green one. Ah, that's why. So the legendary version of this is green. Interesting. I always see the brown and yellow one. But yeah, I mean, I also say this, but I also don't work for video game companies, and I haven't worked for it. I wouldn't mind working for a video game company. I'd like to be able to peek into like what goes on in the backside of things. But I don't know. This is a lot of this just comes from experience as a consumer who's played multiple MMOs and multiple games over the years. The biggest things that have I've seen kill, especially online games, has been a lack of communication between the developer slash publisher and the audience. There's not a lot of people here in this one. This one's gonna be kind of rough. Oh, there comes the rest of them. But yeah, it's just that's just how at least that's how I look at it. But I don't know. I have enough faith. They haven't. I'm still enjoying the game. I'm taking my time. You know, I failed like 5 hones today. Just trying to get past 1330. Oh, I missed. I have to get better at aiming that headbutt. Got it with the sniperinos. Yeah, along with the lightning dragon, if you go along the outside, well, I ran straight into one there. Oh my god, could you please let me out? Did he? Oh, he just interrupted my thing. Gotta squeeze in through those edges that give you the competitive edge, baby. Woo! I should be a deadeye, baby. That long range snipe. That was a thing of beauty. What? Alright, I'm calling some BS on that. Bruh. Oh, the invisible corner. What do you mean coming soon? We got Argus like at the same time we got the Naruni patch. But the needle. Fucking war zone over here. We didn't waste the bullet this time. Oh my god. Waste the bullet that time. Get out of here. Oh, come on. Those are so deceptive when you get them. Oh, no! Oh, A for effort. We had it pretty good there, but I got the electrocution one I kind of messed up a lot at the end. I also like how people like try to do their song of escape, but more often than not, unless you like instantly start doing the song of escape, even then,
So warm.
the portal
Like it,
pops
huh?
up almost at exactly the same time that you would leave anyway. That's a bit of a waste. All right, so I left. Okay, so there's one chain quest. So we didn't finish the chain quest for. They got started with the guy in the box. Let's see. I think we've completed all the other chain quests. No, I think there's actually I think there's two that we didn't finish. So let me see. Completed. Go to Unica. Go down to the bottom because that's where it's going to be. All right, so we completed a broken promise, honorable death. All right, so this is one Stars Horsetail, flowers for you. Very old story. We completed this one. We completed this one. Completed Eternal Love. Where's the one with the guy in the box? The Land of Fantasies. It's another Land of Fantasy. I'm assuming these two require either a pickup item or something to unlock them. Or you lost. Let's see what that takes. What that requires. Okay, yeah, that is an object. For that one. And then do another Land of Fantasy. Okay. So yeah, they both require items or things you have to interact with. I should have gone check because we knew about the like Islander prisoner map, or like the like the island prison area, um, for the you know, outsiders, the outsider prison area. I had a feeling we'd have gone over there for the crazy box guy, so we'll go over there now. Hopefully we'll be able to make it when it comes back around. You can stop asking me for the bronze and the trigon because I don't care about those. Whee! Ugh. This will be done with the Punica chain quest for now. I think tomorrow will be Adventure Tome Day. Because I think I might be able to get to 1000 today. I think on stream I'm gonna try to do Striker and Berserker stuff. I think I can get the Berserker 1000 so he can finally start using his rested bonus on Lava Chromanium. Just to get more mats. I think what I might start doing is after getting him to 1000, I think I might just hoard up all of his mats, but then use up or not use up, sell the Strikers mats.
This place doesn't reveal its true nature to those lacking wisdom.
Oh, I think this is I think it's telling me I need higher virtue for wisdom. My wisdom is 229. I'm wise as shit. Alright, so we're supposed to interact with him somewhere. Oh, hello. Not very secure. That one's broken. Where's he at? Oh, it's over here. There it is.
Currently the site of a prison.
Accept. You're not gonna die in here, they'll feed you.
This is where the hall ruins. destruction during the Chain War.
I'm curious what he thought was gonna happen when he like smuggled himself into another country. Looking good, lady. I had to appreciate the how well she was standing at attention. I do like the Striker tier 3 stuff though. Well, actually I think he's wearing... Yeah, he's wearing the Valere stuff. He's also using the Naruni hat. Goodness gracious.
This is
But
where the ruins used to be.
the tier 3 stuff for at least the Abyssal Dungeon tier 3 or not the Abyssal, the Chaos Dungeon tier 3 stuff, if I'm not mistaken, is it's like a recolor of the leveling armor that I wanted as a skin for Striker. So he'll look pleasing to the eye when he gets to tier 3 at some point in the future. I don't think I'll push. I think the Striker will be permanently in tier 2 until either A, we get like the extra, like the super sped up tier 1, tier 2 honing rates, or B, the new classes that come out start coming out with like tier 3
Is where the Hall ruins used
power
to be.
passes. Because then I won't really need tier 2 character, because I still think the first couple classes will start in like tier 2. Back in the box. Oh my god, please tell me we're gonna keep sending him to like whatever future continents we go to, and we keep having to like send him, save him, repackage him, and then send him to the next spot. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be a pretty good gag quest to keep going forward with. That'd be a pretty good gag quest to keep going forward with. So I feel like that'd be pretty good. I feel like every MMO really needs like a continuing gag quest, at least for a while. Like like 14 has, it's called the Hildebrand quest line, that with every expansion, as far if I'm mistaken, they've kept up with it with every expansion at some point or another. So I feel like whatchamacallit, I feel that that this would be a cool like gag quest line to have keep up with the Lost Ark stuff, where, you know, he's in South Vern in the middle of a war and he's like, send me to Ogatia, whatever you want to call it, wherever the next, or like, no, send him to Rowan, because I think that's the next one. Like, send me to Rowan. Then he goes to another continent that's in the middle of war, stuff like that. And then it's just like you're just constantly trying to like send this guy somewhere, and he's just constantly he's like I don't like it here, send me somewhere else. I don't like it here either, send me somewhere. Just the whole time. That'd be funny. And then eventually you get like sick and tired, you put him in a box and you just like stick him in a storage room, and you're like, that's someone else's problem from now on. If it was me, I would have freed him, put him in the box, and then just handed him back over to the Punica people. Like the Punica militia people, and like, here you go. That was express mail for y'all. I do need to take a day to just like grind. I think I'll do it with the Berserker, because the Berserker has a better kit for like grinding shit out that's mindless. Between like Whirlwind and like just all the easy AoE shit that Berserker has. Like, I have a friend of mine who he's like, "Do you like a Berserker, huh?" I'm like, you know, it lets me turn my brain off for like infinite chaos, so you know it fits a role that I need. He's like, well, you can just admit if you like it. I'm like, I wouldn't say I like it. I mean, like, I don't dislike it. If I disliked it, I wouldn't play it. But it fills a niche that need that I as someone who's played a lot of ARPGs, you need. A lot of experienced ARPG veterans will tell you that in any ARPG that has some sort of like continuous grinding, continuous grinding portion to the game, you want to find a playstyle that you like enjoy to play, but lets you shut your brain off while you're doing it. Like you don't have to think too hard, because that way you can like watch streams and stuff, and you know you won't die while you're watching said streams, and then you can ooh, platinum field ticket. I wish that was a world tree leaf, to be honest. And then you can you know, it's a way to like do the grind without getting burnt out.
So pretty.
So because if you have to constantly like manage resources and manage playstyles and stuff like that, you eventually get burnt out on doing like something like Infinite Chaos, which for tier 3 we haven't really reached the point yet where it's not worth doing, because our gold income currently is not it's not at a place where it can support a constant outflow. Like our influx of gold in tier 3 will not match the outflow of buying extra materials to kind of like push yourself forward, that Infinite Chaos can kind of fill the niche for. Because oops, didn't mean to open that one. At least like that's my opinion on it. I do know in Korea most people don't do Infinite Chaos in tier 3 much of at all, because the like it's just not worth doing. Where am I? Stop. I'm still on the beach. Because the price of materials that you can get from like the auction house is so cheap, because there's so many people like putting stuff up, or you have such a income of materials and gold from like you have multiple Legion raids you do a week. You have like, because like for instance in Korea you have like, if we're just considering the normal modes, I'm thinking they're outside of the range. Like, I mean, you can still do Argos. Like, I think a lot of them still do Argos just for the gear, because then you can like disenchant the gear for the honing mets. But actually, maybe not. No, maybe not. I think what they do is they do like the Legion raids, and so you'd have like Volton, Viekis, Kakul Seidon, and then Belshazzar, and you do that on like multiple characters. Like, you know, let's say reasonably you do it on like 3 to 4 characters a week, because a lot of people I think are still in the whole I don't want to do alts. Look, with the amount of new classes coming out, your punk ass is doing alts at some point, whether you like it or not. Because we're still missing. There's supposed to be a gender unlock for every damn class in this game. You cannot tell me that when they double the amount of classes, their gender unlocks on top of whatever new classes we get. Because I wouldn't be surprised if, like for instance, Reaper is like, I'm assuming that 4 classes per archetype is going to be like the standard. Reaper's still missing a 4th class. Artist is still missing all of it. You know, we only know about Painter and Aeromancer. I'm pretty sure there's 2 more classes for that coming out. Then you have all the gender unlocks of them. You're gonna have more than like 1 character. Like it's just a fact of how MMOs work. Like, you know, new classes come out, you will make alts. Yes, some people will like stop playing other characters for alts that come out, for new classes that come out, but most players will still they will still play the old classes they like, and they'll play the new classes they like, and so you'll have alts. Now it'll probably take a while for like, I guess, your normal player to play with oh, she's sassy, to maybe get up to like 6 alts. But I'm someone who is labeled as an altaholic in other games that don't generally that aren't always nice for playing alts with, and I make a shit ton of alts there. So a game that like a game that feeds my addiction for making alts and supports it by giving me more rewards for my account for making more characters, you best believe my punk ass is about to make like 20 different fucking alts. which is, where in the grand scheme of things, the gold thing's gonna hurt us. Well, you'll start feeling. You won't feel it now because, like, for instance, we started off with the 6 gold limit per character gold limit nonsense. To kind of combat inflation early. I feel like, you know, a lot of Western players right now, especially free to play, are like, we don't really see the problem with that. You will, because a lot of times whales, while whales could also take advantage of being able to raid on like 20 plus characters a week, to be honest, I feel like the average whale wouldn't do that, because the whole reason they whale is so that they don't have to spend extra time playing the game past what they want. So I feel like in the long run that kind of hurts the free-to-play player more, because you have a finite amount of gold income a week. The whale does not. The whale will just buy raw crystals and convert that to gold. But I feel like it might not be that big of a deal in our version since we're starting from scratch. So you know, so where's she at? I didn't show up, or at least I didn't see it. So even though I've heard that we have nerfed gold from our tier, from all of our content, and I don't know why personally. I mean, I do know we have the reduced gold cost for owning in like tier 3, but I'm not quite sure why you would still reduce the gold that we get as a new community, especially from tier 3. I can kind of understand in tier 2 because like you can continue doing Gate of Paradise until like 1370 and get gold from it. And so, oh my, did you like? I'm gonna ask you the nicest way possible to fuck off, because holy shit. Okay, I got it. So we can just leave. Jesus, I'm telling you. Evil people. Evil. Whoever's like, yo, let's put ranged mobs next to like a quest thing. You had a bad day when you designed that quest. Or whenever you decided to place that quest in a location. But yeah, it's definitely something in the future. I find it to be an odd like choice. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see we'll see if they stick with it. I'm assuming at least the gold stuff for Legion raids will be the same. Nice roster level up. All right, with that, I think we finished all of the chain quest in. Oh, and we did. Okay, so that finished another story. One of the other stories was that chain quest. Chaos lifting. Oh well. Today's not Adventure Tome name. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow it will be. Well, tomorrow's weekly reset. We'll see. Well, I mean, it's weekly reset, so I'll have a lot of shit to do. Maybe Tuesday. I think I might make Tuesday or Wednesday like Adventure Tome day, so that way I can start working on my Adventure Tomes, kind of knocking them out, so that I can, you know, make my way to those nice little merchant unlocks. All right, so right now we are going to switch over to the Striker real quick. We're going to do his 2 Chaos Dungeons and toss that shit in the bank. And then we'll swap over to the Berserker and we'll do Berserker stuff. Right. I think 2K hours in like 20 minutes. I'll see where I am in 20 minutes. Don't particularly. I'd like to get 2KO, like stay more consistent with it, so that I can have the Giant's Heart and we'll work on that. But I got instant completion Una daily passes I can use, and I'll get more tomorrow anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. All right, what are your favorites? I don't need you anymore, and I'm doing you on a different character, so I need. Okay, so this character is working on another one of the ones I need for the merchants, which is the quality control one. Where is that one? Hello, I know it's in here somewhere. Quality check. He's doing this one. And there was another one I had him doing that I had him pick up recently. Oh, he was doing the Zanila one. Because the rebuilding of Zanila was also one that gives me a merchant. I see a lot of like martial artists running around with the rapport dress. Really nice dress. Not you. Give me the martial artist, the female one. I'm not gonna be able to. I think I got it. There we go. This one. I have this dress on my wrapper. I like it. It looks. Oh, she's got the full set. Oh, she got the blue versions. It looks pretty good on the Did I not accept the Azure Wind one? Probably not, because I was probably too I was too wrapped up in looking for the other ones. I have 3 days left on that one, so that I don't have to do that one again in the future. What do we have in here? Quality. So we go to Yorn. We'll go to Yorn. We'll do the quality check real quick, because that's just talking to 3 NPCs. And then after the quality check, we will go do the Azure Wind, and then we'll go back to Yorn and then Ocean Liner over to. Actually, should I do that? No, yeah, because I could have actually, in hindsight, I could have just bifrosted to the Azure Wind Isle, gone to Yorn, done the Yorn one, and then Ocean Liner over to Rohendel, do the Rohendel one, and then go to Rothan and do the Chaos Dungeons. This is what happens when you you rush a little bit too much without thinking. Kind of make things a little more inefficient, but it is what it is. It do what it do. It be what it be. So we're gonna go to the Great Castle. We'll do the Great Castle real quick, because it's literally just speed talking to 3 NPCs. Well, 4 NPCs to turn the quest in. Yeah, I think I might just turn Wednesday into my like adventure tome day for stream. To kind of like just work on it slowly, or at least the stuff I can get done, like killing the monsters and stuff. Like you see, I'm at a 46% here. I don't have any of the vistas. I haven't finished that. I haven't done any of the another stories. I haven't done any of the hidden stories. I think if I finish all this, it might get me close to 70%. And then after that, I can probably just do some of. I can either finish out like these. I only need 2 fake beard and 2 legendary drinkers daily, and then you know, then just do stuff like that, and that should get me to 70% Yorn relatively easily. And I need to do Arthentine. Arthentine's I did these two somehow. I don't remember doing these. And I have the stuff, but I haven't done the hard modes for these, and I haven't killed either of the bosses, so I do have plenty of extra here, because again, I'm also trying to get to 70% there. I mean, eventually I want to get the Ignia token for all of the regions for the mount. North Vern is the one that I'm closest to. I think if I kill Kasprick and I do the normal and hard mode for the Gorgon's Nest, and then maybe finish out the Guardian's record, I should be able to get to the last 4%. Well, I think the 4% from doing these two and killing Kasprick will probably get me to 70%. Shoeshire, I have to do the hard mode for 2 of the dungeons, and then you'll kill Maneth, finish out the hidden stories, and I think maybe that'll get me to 70%. It'll get me pretty close if it doesn't. Rohendel is... I need to do basically shit I don't like to do, so I need to get more of the stuff for collectibles and do more of the food stuff to get to 80%. To get that vendor, and then Yorn, as we were saying, I think if I do all the stuff I'm missing, I should be able to get pretty close to 70%, and then maybe just finish out 1 or 2 collectibles, and that'll be done with that.
I wonder what it's gonna
And then Punica and Phaeton, we will hit up. We'll start doing those on other characters, or to get that stuff done. Actually, you know what? Since I'm here, I'm just gonna do my Chaos Dungeons here. So we're done with that. Oh, I forgot to go past the those stones. That doesn't have anything good. That's Ambush Master, so I gotta we disenchant this. Let's see, do I have any rested bonus on this? I think he's at 1 rested, right? Yeah, so I have to do 1 Conventus today. But I can do that later. We'll do Chaos Dungeon real quick, because this is pretty easy to speed through. And then, well, depending on how long it takes me to do this, and then do my Una daily tasks, I think I might finish just as Tukey Island is supposed to come back up, because I think it was supposed to be at 4:50 Eastern, but with the whole daylight savings time debacle, it's 4:50 Central. Also, in case you don't know, apparently the Senate has passed a bill in America to make daylight savings time as the permanent time for the country, without giving states an option to like opt in or out of it, from what I understand. I don't know, maybe it's because I personally don't like daylight savings time, but I've always heard for a very long time that general population wise, most people don't like daylight savings times out of the 2 time brackets we work in. At least, like, from my personal experience, a lot of people really don't like daylight savings time. I don't know if it still holds true, but I remember reading a lot of like medical reports when I was in university that there's an increased risk for heart attacks in the daylight savings time bracket, especially though I think the report was written in the sense of the change in time increases the risk for heart attack, which a lot of people go, well, why would that do anything? Well, because the hour shift in your sleep schedule puts stress on your body, and so, you know, your body's not getting full amount of rest, because even if you go lay down like an hour early, you've conditioned your body for so long to go to sleep at certain times that changing times really throws that out of whack. But I don't know, we'll see. I personally would rather, if they're going to do a, you know, take us out of daylight or out of the time change thing, like, do it on the other one. Because I also read reports once, like, I don't know if it's still true, it was a report from a long time ago. This is back when I was like in high school, where I read that apparently they had data that showed that people spend more money on things like electricity and other amenities when we're in the daylight savings time bracket. So again, I also don't know if that's like it still holds true, but If it does, I don't think it bodes very well for us as a people. So I don't really want to get too political, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things. I'm just going, if we're going to get rid of a time, let's get rid of daylight savings time. Saying how that was not even something that was backed up by, I guess you could say, science or mathematics, that kind of shit. I know there's like a lot of like hearsay about how daylight savings time started. A lot of people say it's because of Benjamin Franklin and the Farmer's Almanac is what I've heard when I was growing up. Even though I think the official ruling is that it was something, at least nationwide, it was something they implemented. I think it was for World War II to save on fuel so that they could, you know, send the fuel to the soldiers in World War II. Basically, regardless of what it was, it's something that someone randomly made up in comparison, which I mean, technically, if we want to get technical, time is a man-made concept. At least the time as we know it, where we, you know, count it by the minutes, seconds, and hours, that's a man-made concept to put a definition on a intangible, an intangible unit of measurement, basically. Same, you know, like temperature. A leaf can't tell, well, we assume that a leaf, like for instance, there's things that can't tell a 1 degree difference outside of like certain parameters. Like the difference between 1 degree and like 2 degree, like a human would not be able to tell you without a thermometer whether the weather went down a degree for the most part. But basically, I kind of think that daylight savings times is the one that needs to go. I also don't know how it would work if America decided to no longer observe time change while the rest of the world was still time changing back and forth. I do know if it does go through, the change won't be done till 2023 anyway, because they would need to give all the transportation systems time to fix themselves, because all of them choose their time based off of the current time, like, you know, the time changes. I didn't get to kill him. That's unfortunate. I would have killed him if I had preemptive strike on this character, but I don't think I do. Nope. Oh, is that a new adrenaline rock? It is a new adrenaline rock. But I don't have an adrenaline class engraving, or a library engraving, so I personally don't care too much. Where is... Are these any better? Spec. Crit. Endurance. Spec. We got these. Oh, here's high seas coins chest. I need to put those in the bank. Ah. So I have, okay, I now have 4.4 thousand sun coins plus another, what is that? 9,000 sun coins. And I'll get another 500 sun coins today from Volare, and then I'll get another 6,000 tomorrow from the Naruni Racing. We are well on our way to getting our 22,000 sun coins to buy our stray sailors. I need to go to my stronghold. I'll do that on the Berserker. No, I'll do it on the, yeah, I'll do it on the Berserker. Okay, I think it might be a little tight, but I think I should have enough time to finish this and then swap over to the Shadow Hunter and go find Tuki Island. I might not be as talkative right now because I'm going to try to like speed run my way through this a little better. It'd definitely be like twice as, almost, I'm pretty sure preemptive strike like doubles your the speed at which you clear Chaos Engine by almost like twice as fast. Because a lot of moves that'll barely, like, you know, barely leave something alive will guarantee kill it with preemptive strike. And even some moves that you're like, huh, I didn't think that would kill it with preemptive strike, will probably kill it with preemptive strike, because it's like guaranteed crit plus like 50% crit damage on top of that. Like, holy shit, dude, that's a lot. All right, please give us a, this one's all right. Not the worst second room we could have gotten. Not the best one either. Gonna kill you two now and get you out of my misery. Yeah, you gotta be a little cheeky sometimes with the striker with the Chaos Engine setup I'm running. Because you got to have the balls to charge that lightning dragon, that lightning tiger in their face, and then hit them with it. Kind of on crunch time. Come on, where's the boss? There he is. There we go. Because I don't have preemptive strike, hitting him with lightning whisper before hitting him with the awakening is like the move to play, because then you give him the crit debuff, so that way you can you should have a pretty decent, if you have a good chunk of crit rate on your striker, you should be able to like guarantee critting the boss on your hits, and if you can do that, then you should basically be guaranteed to kill the boss with your awakening. Because a lot of times when you're on gear, when you're on item level, it's usually you usually barely the boss usually barely survives your awakening. So even just taking a little damage off the top, if you don't have preemptive strike to guarantee the kill, can speed it up. Because a lot of times if you don't do that, you give the boss the opportunity to just move around a lot, and especially that one specifically, he has a lot of charges that he'll do back to back if you're not on top of things. So I kind of like to do a little pre-planning, see what moves he's gonna do in that first move, and then kind of try to like react to it and catch whatever he's going to do, and you know, make him pay. Just to like speed this up a little bit. That might have been a little bit of a waste, but I don't really care. I also get a pretty big cooldown reduction off of the killing the elite. Gonna be a little tight on the Dookie, because I still need to go to like area chat and figure out where he's at. Alright, there we go. Now we're out. We're gonna swap over to the Shadow Hunter real quick, because the Shadow Hunter is on silver generating duty for how little she can make from doing her Una daily tasks and stuff like that. Alright, hopefully I should be able to make it. I still have 8 minutes. Even then, well no, yeah, I have 8 minutes because I think the island disappears when the first part starts. So, I mean, I only personally care about killing the, you know, getting a tag in on the Tukey King to get a... Alright, cool, it's in Vern. Vern's usually a pretty safe spot to sit out because Vern, Arthentine, and Lutera are the 3 ports that are nearest to the 3 Tukey spawn locations. So, hopefully we'll luck out and it'll be near Vern. Get a sail. Oh. We'll do Tukey. We'll turn that quest in, and then after Tukey, I'll come back to Vern Castle, and then, or whatever capital is nearest, and continue the, let's see. Yeah, I think they're still looking for Tukey. Okay, so that is alright, so that's East Lutara. I do like, so I know a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, I've seen some people complaining about Tuki and Shangra with their like random spawn points, but I think, like, to be honest, that's really smart because like it generates conversation in the area chat to you know, just make conversation, make area chat feel a little livelier, where, you know, people going, where's Tuki, looking for Tuki, that kind of stuff. So personally, I like it. I do need to make time for Shangra, but that's probably gonna have to wait till after I'm done with like the Tuki Island grind, because Shangra has a song I want to get. Well, not want to, but it's a song I should get just to have it in case I'll need it. In case I don't, you never know when the hell you need a song for a quest in this game. And then maybe try my luck at the Nimbus. Maybe sell that for, maybe get that while that's still valued at like a couple 100,000 gold. I think people have still been selling it for anywhere from between like 200 to like 500,000 gold on the auction house. I haven't looked recently because, to be honest, I personally don't really care too much for the Nimbus to purchase it. If it drops, and by the time it drops, if it's not really worth much of anything, I'll probably keep it myself. Do you know that good old Sun Wukong nonsense? But for the most part, I don't really care for the Nimbus. What I do find interesting is, if I'm mistaken, the Nimbus was the was in the CBT. There was 2 mounts you could buy off the cash shop with the free crystals they gave you while you were playing the closed beta test, and I think the regular Nimbus was one of them. So I think I find it interesting that apparently it drops from Shangra. I do know there was like a Stormcloud version that I think that was whatchamacallit, that might be like a cash shop mount, or maybe it's from like an event or something. I like the Stormcloud version personally out of the two. Like, if you told me how to choose between like a Thundercloud with like lightning and a regular cloud that's just there, I would obviously choose the Thundercloud with lightning. Granted, that's not the only thing. Like, there was like these weird fire demon skins in the cash shop that you could buy, or that you could get. I was kind of surprised that those weren't our launch day skins. It would appear that those are our I guess they'll be limited skins for us. Because, like, for instance, the Omen skins, from what I understand, are permanent skins in Korea. So you can buy them in Korea for blue crystals. But in our version, they're our first limited skin. So I'm kind of curious to see if I guess they'll be like, I thought, like, I would have expected those to kind of be our like permanent skins, but I guess we'll see what comes down. I personally didn't care too much for them. I am mostly curious. I'm mostly looking forward to I think what'll be the founder skin for Destroyer, and then there's like a Halloween hammer I'd like for Destroyer, and then for Berserker and Scrapper and Lance Master, the skins that I'm interested in are all like the Legendary series skins that we still don't know how they'll handle it for our version, whether it'll stay the same as like the gacha pay to win version, quote unquote, because like you have to use actual cat shop skins to get the fabrics to then try for a chance to get a is this the platinum skins or something? No, that's just how, oh, that's just tier 1 stuff. Interesting. To then have a chance to get the legendary skin. Personally, I would be perfectly content if they just let us buy the legendary skin. So we'll see how that goes, because there's some For the scrapper, the skin I want, well, there's a skin with gauntlets I want from, I think it's the first season of Legendary Skins is what that comes from. And then from for Destroyer, there is whatchamacallit, I think it's the second season, right? Yeah, I think the second season Legendary skin is the armor I want. It's he's got like it's kind of like the Omen set where he's like, well, it has two versions, and I think I might go for like the gold version, but it's you know, he's like fully armored out, and he's got like, there's one version that's like all black with like blue effects, and then there's another one where it's like all like, it's like, I think it's like black and gold and has like red effects. I mean, both of them look fantastic. I don't like the hammer too much from it, so you know, if I bought the skin, if I didn't buy it off the auction house, then I'd buy the skin and probably sell the hammer. So you know, it kind of just is what it is. So we'll see how they handle that. And then that's not including any like anniversary skins and stuff like that that come out whenever we hit anniversaries and stuff like that. So it'll be I'm pretty stoked. I already know I'm gonna have to drop a decent amount of pocket change, well, cash on this game, because I'm gonna need more than 6 character slots, and I'm not really going to do. I had originally planned on doing having like an alt server, like having 2 servers and kind of juggling them back and forth. I have decided to say fuck that noise, and I'm just gonna put all my characters that I play on one server. Oh my god, this is the second time that it spawned over there. And so I'm just gonna have all my characters on one server, and then just, you know, get my guaranteed gold from the from my 6 characters, and then get the extra gold from you know, getting engraving books and stuff on the post 6 characters. So, oh my god, I'm fucking trapped in here. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! There we go. Start moving. Yep. Start moving and grooving. But yeah, those are my current plans for cash spending. Mount wise, there's not really a lot of like cash shop mounts I've seen that I care for personally. So it's kind of like, kind of just is what it is. So I don't think I'll spend as much on cash shop, especially because like, well, I'm not quite sure how. So currently, I think the only ways we know of to get amethyst shards are from Amazon Prime and from what little achievements there are in the game. I don't think Naruni Racing is a proof of that we're not going to get them from events, because if you watch Benji's video, again, if you haven't, Benji, OHBENJI on YouTube. He's a, you know, he's a Korean, he plays on Korean, but he speaks very good English because he grew up in the States. He lived in the States for a long time when he was growing up. Amazing videos, especially if you have any interest in like Soul Fist, Destroyer, those kinds of classes. I would suggest watching his stuff, because I've heard that that he does a lot of Destroyer stuff. He mains Destroyer in Korea. But he also just makes pretty good videos. And he brought up some points that you know, as new players, that like, even as someone who researched, like I wasn't aware of. There is a whatchamacallit, in Korea, whenever there's an event like something like the Naruni Racing, the event always comes with its own island. And the fact that that Naruni Racing is something you can queue from in the capital cities, he thinks is because they added Naruni Racing as a way to handle the lack of the material drought that we have currently in tier 3. And so I don't feel like the Naruni Racing is very indicative of whether or not we'll actually get amethyst shards from whatchamacallit, from the from events or not, because I think they just kind of like took the basic event and then just like put it in the game to try to like give us something else to generate materials from. So so I still think that we might, like, they probably add amethyst shards to like the event stuff, and it might not be all the events. It might be like maybe we'll get it for like summer and winter, but the long story short is there's a mount from the amethyst shard vendor that I would very much like, and so I am hoping that we can at least get amethyst shards from you know, from events and stuff, so that way I can work towards getting the combat wolf mount, because I know like Benji on stream once was like, get peons, get peons, get peons before you get anything else, and I'm sitting here like, ah yes, get the combat wolf, understood. Like, right, but so if you haven't checked them out, again, Obenji, OHBENGY, or GI, not G. Oh, I forgot to get the daily quest. Oh my god. Oh my god, I knew I was forgetting something. Oh, that's some emotional damage. That's emotional damage. Because I don't feel like timing this shit again. That right there, that's one of those moments of emotional damage. Right there. That's what that is. Thank you, Stephen Hay, for that the catchphrase. But he's very worth watching. I'm just gonna burn the instant pass because I don't feel like doing that again. He also streams on Twitch. He usually streams like really late for his time, but it's pretty early for. Well, it's usually like when I catch him, it's usually around. Like he's. In case you're ever curious for what this little small time bear streamer does before stream. Generally, I watch Benji stream, which is usually like I'll catch him around 11. Like I'll start watching him 11:30 to 12 p.m. Central Time, and then I usually watch him up until I almost stream. If he streams for that long, if he doesn't, then I'll usually like stop watching him and go watch other people, either videos or streams and stuff. So. He's definitely someone I enjoy watching. I feel like he has a lot of really good content. He has a pretty good point of view. From what I understand, he's not. He only recently started spending more like money in the game to enhance his character. So I feel that you know, if you're from the perspective of a non-mega whale kind of thing, he's pretty worth watching. Again, if you have any interest in Soulfist and Destroyer, he's mained both Soulfist and Destroyer in Korea. So he is very... he's definitely someone worth watching for information from that. Especially if the roadmap stays true and Destroyer comes out first, you'll probably want to watch him, because I think he'll put up... if that gets confirmed, he'll probably... Even though he doesn't currently plan to main Destroyer on NA, because... he's not very satisfied with the way they've been treating it in Korea, even though there is a balance patch coming in mid-April to beginning of May for all the classes. It was supposed to come out between March and April, but it got delayed for just, I guess, whatever. I'm assuming that probably in the effort to kind of work with Amazon, they probably had to push back some stuff on the Korean side. Now, I'm not saying that's confirmed. Again, I don't work for Amazon. I don't work for Smilegate. But I would assume that the NAEU launch and the complications may have caused maybe some... Because they have to work with Smilegate to... Amazon has to work with Smilegate to do anything to add to the system, from what I understand, or at least that's how they put it. So I imagine that that might have caused like some resource shortages for crew, for like, you know, office work, like for, you know, in-house work kind of stuff. So I kind of want to buy her because she gives a lot of speed, but I haven't I don't feel like spending the 40,000 right now. Wait, who's that other one? Ainsley. Oh, I thought that said Astray for some reason. Ember struck by lightning. Pretty sure this is for a burn wound, and I'm pretty sure this is probably for the Astray. But yeah, so if you don't watch Korean content stuff, you might want to at least keep an eye out around mid-April to early May, because apparently that's when they're gonna do the they're gonna do a PTR for the class balance changes in like mid-April is the current schedule for it, I understand. So you'll probably want to start. I would probably, you know, it's probably safe to assume you want to watch like probably Benji, Saint Tone. I don't know anybody else who streams on for the Korean version that speaks Korean, or like, at least can read Korean fluently. I know Stoops plays on Korea, but he, from what I understand, he doesn't generally play on while streaming. But he does. Stoops does have a pretty sizable Korean following, so they probably will keep him up to date. Zeals, I think, is another one who he plays in Korea, and he can. I think he can read Korean. I'm not 100% sure. To be honest, I don't watch a lot of Zeals. Like, I don't watch Zeal streaming. I watch his videos because I think his videos are pretty good. His stream style is not really my taste, but his videos have been pretty good. You know, clickbaity titles aside, they usually have a pretty good, solid amount of information that's worth knowing in them. But you know, you can't fault YouTubers for clickbaity titles, man. They're just trying to hustle. They're trying to do the hustle. They're trying to put in the work. I know I probably need to learn a thing or two, but currently my YouTube is for just VOD storage at the moment. I think I might start doing some shorts and stuff. Like that earlier issue of forgetting to grab the Una daily task and completing the 2K. Like, I might do a short of that on YouTube just to be like, emotional damage. So I'll see how that goes. Because I'll just say it right now. You know, I guess a little bit. I probably should start like opening my videos with this. You made it this far into the VOD. You're kind of crazy, but I appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, I stream on Twitch Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. Central to 6 p.m. Central. And so, you know, if you like what you see, feel free to come hang out. If that's not a good time, I guess like maybe in the YouTube comments, like you can tell me what would be a good time for, you know, you, if you want to try to like, you know, catch a stream. I'm still pretty open for stream schedules because, you know, I've only really started out on streaming since like Lost Ark launched. I still have a bit of wiggle room. I will say that for me personally, like 2 to 6 is kind of like the best time for me for getting things done. But I'm pretty open to flexibility. So, but yeah, I do appreciate any views and likes and any comments that you guys can put down to help improve the, you know, help improve for me to improve in the in streaming and doing stuff like that. So any feedback is welcome and appreciated. Well, any constructive feedback is welcome and appreciated for making the stream better. Alright, so we're just finishing up the Una dailies on this character so that Then I'll spend the last like hour or so on the Berserker. And we'll be doing like chain quests for the Berserker just to mix things up. So you know, so I'm not just always doing like chaos dungeons and dailies. I'll probably start doing that. I think I'm gonna make Wednesday my adventure tomes. Like that might be the day of the week that I just stream doing adventure tomes. So that way, I will be using Maxroll, maxroll.gg, their guides for adventure tomes. It just makes it easier since I have it mapped out, and sometimes there's like side quests and stuff you have to complete to progress the quest for some of the other stories. So, you know, there's that. So that's pretty that might be my plans going forward. Anytime I feel like there's a lull in like maybe content and stuff, I think I might do like side quest. Like I need to, like Punica for sure, I need to like clean out those side quests just so I can, because I think some of them give a decent amount of materials and just, you know, for the virtues and stuff like that. And then I think what I'll start doing is I'll start just working my way back. So I'll do Punica and do all those side quests, and then I'll look into I'll do like Phaeton side quests on the Berserker. I'll do Yorn side quest maybe on the Striker, and then I'll go back to tier 1, and then I think I'll do those side quests on whenever I make like a tier 1 character, like which will probably be the Deadeye, because I doubt any new classes in the future will be will start at tier 1, or it will have to start at tier 1 unless you want to make like an alt of that class, like a second like version of that class. So I think I might just make the Deadeye, and then I will probably do side quests on him, like in Vern, Shoeshire, and Rohendel, and then I will eventually replace the Shadow Hunter whenever we get like 1 or 2 new classes that isn't the Destroyer. And I think that's probably the goal I'll go for in the future. I feel like that's a pretty flexible plan for classes and streaming stuff, because I generally do raids with friends, and a lot of times their schedule is not like, they don't, our raiding times are like in the like evenings. I might stream on the weekends. I think also I'm gonna make a new panel on Twitch at the bottom for streaming updates, because so we've had a couple storms here in my area, and the shingles on our roof needs to be, like, they all need to be replaced. And the last update I had is that sometime next week they are supposed to be coming to replace all the shingles on my roof, and you know, and they're coming Monday through Friday. So whatever days they are coming to do shingle work, I will not be streaming that day. But that week, I think on Saturday, I will do a 4-hour stream on Saturday to kind of make up for not streaming on the days that they're not doing it. So, I mean, I'll still see how that goes. I might just take it as extra days off. Or, I mean, depending on how it works out, you know, our roof's like pretty sizable, so I imagine it'll take a day or two to fully get it done. It just depends, like, everybody around here has been getting their roofs redone, so we'll see what comes out, and hopefully we can just get that done. So that way, so I will apologize about that ahead of time. There will be 2 streams. There will probably be at least 1 or 2 streams that won't happen next week, and which means for the YouTube side of things, there will be 1 or 2 VODs that will not exist, because I still haven't decided whether or not I want to actually do the Saturday stream, because I kind of take the weekend to kind of like catch up on like videos and content and look into like do some research uh for um for improving the stream and stuff like that. I usually do that on the weekends. So I still haven't decided if I'm gonna do the Saturday one. If I do it on Saturday, I might not do it. I might not be the full 4 hours. I might do like 2 or 3. And maybe I'll talk to some friends of mine, and maybe we can maybe we'll do some like raids and stuff for the Saturday one, kind of just make up for it. So we'll see how that goes. But it's just you know, it's just the way life happens sometimes. Because my current, like, you know, if you've never had like shingles like redone, or you've never seen like house get like shingles redone, like it's really fucking loud. Like I was kind of worried the other day because there was a house catty corner from our house at the moment that was getting their shingles done, and I could hear them, and I wasn't too sure if the mic could pick it up because it's really like the nail guns are not quiet. So so having that on top of me, because you know, it'll be right on top of, you know, it's on the roof of my house this time. There's no way I can stream with that. The only way I'll be able to stream is if somehow they finish before like 4 or 5. Which if they do, I imagine maybe the first day, you know, they won't be done very early, so I just won't stream that day. I imagine the second day, it might not take the whole time, depending on on like weather and stuff like that. So if they finish early on whatever the last day is, then I'll probably fire up a stream then. But yeah, I'll remember after stream, I'll put an extra panel on my Twitch page to as a like a schedule update panel, so that way, and then that one will basically tell I'll have, when I find out whatever the dates are I'll park them over here because I have to do conferences later. When I find out the dates for the for when the roofers come, I will put that on my I'll put that on my on that panel for like stream schedule updates, so that way you know the dates I don't stream. I'm hoping they give me a decent amount of heads up, because currently all I've been told is the week of the 21st, and honestly that doesn't tell me anything because that's from Monday through Friday. They could come whenever, so I'm kind of just waiting on them to get this shit figured out. So as soon as I know, I'll let you know. So just keep an eye out for that panel when I set it up, and then I'll put the date and that I won't be streaming those days. So we'll see how that goes in the future. Worth keeping. It's crit and ambush master. That was a tier 3 accessory. That'd probably be worth probably a couple hundred gold. I don't know if it's worth like a metric shit ton of gold, but I think it'd be worth a couple hundred. We'll go here. I don't have any leap stones because I haven't done my stuff right now, but it'll be fine. Switch character over to my berserker. Get this party started. We'll do his he's in Lutera, but I need to, since we're in Lutera, I'll do the quick rapport swing around for the last few ones. I did Black Fang earlier, and I did King Thyrane. All I have left is Sasha, Beatrice, and Yule. Yule is very slow going because I only do 1 emote on her a day, because I use the 2 songs. Like she used to have an extra song, but I've been using 2 songs on Black Fang to kind of get her up to where she needs to be. Also we'll go to our stronghold right now. So we'll do a stronghold, do our dispatch stuff like that. Scrapper still hasn't leveled up, which kind of sucks. But I want to put the Berserker on training so he can get some more XP to get to 52.
I was waiting for you.
Oh, hold up. I need
There are
to.
matters that need your
I think he's the
approval.
one who sells the stray
You
blueprints.
can go check them in the office.
Why are you looking at me?
He's like the.
You have good
Yeah, he
stuff,
does.
too.
Basically, this is the main thing I spend my my seals on is the stray blueprints. If these didn't cost so much, I don't know why these cost like 3.5k seals. Because if it was like rare, epic, legendary, I could kind of understand. But I feel like for being an uncommon card deck, it's a little expensive. So buy that just to have it. But you can convert 300 raid seals to 100 Gunea coins, so that's pretty good, nice. So it's a pretty good stock right there. What's on this? Specialization. I just don't have anything I can put it on yet. But I still need that +1 Berserker's technique. Yeah, I've slowly been building up my my stray blueprints like that. Alright, so we go to the dispatch. Beat this. Oh, that was I think that was an S rank. E rank. Yeah, I kind of like prioritize the raid seal ones because that's kind of been the one that I've used the most on. Yeah, that doesn't really change either one. Oh, this one. 32%. We'll go with that one. Diversify my my income a little bit on the seals. So I don't know what's the difference between a regular flare and a splendid flare. But that about wraps it up for the stronghold. There's not much there until I level it up some more. I'm 22, so it'll be a while before I get anything new. Let's see. We'll go to Trixion to do rapport with Beatrice. After Trixion, I will then ocean liner to Arthetine to, or no, I'll ocean liner to Annika to do the one emote on Yule, and then I'll ocean liner to Arthetine to do the song and emote on Sasha, and then I will ocean liner to Phaeton to get the to start doing the chain quests and stuff, and that'll probably eat up the rest of the stream time. I do like her outfit though, like with the cape and everything. Like it's revealing and yet covering at the same time, because the parts that would be revealed are covered by the cloak. Ooh, let me get a quest. I'll do emotes. When I get stretch, I'll probably do stretch instead because that's worth 400.
I had a dream.
I'll grab this. Alright, so we finished with that. Is this in Lutera? This isn't Lutera, so we'll do this before we leave. And since we're already in Lutera, there's no point in like leaving Lutera, then coming back to Lutera to do the relationship stuff. So we'll just go deal with this now real quick. That's where I'm supposed to go, right? Yeah, on Kumo Mountain. We'll look for, I'm assuming maybe another Chaos Gate or something, or like Instance Chaos Gate. Chaos Gate will be here. I will say, I have yet to see somebody with the Argos armor set. At least visible. If they have it, they've been skinned. And that makes me sad, because I'm really curious to see what the Argos armor set looks like. I'm really curious what the Chosen armor set looks like. I don't know if there's like a database online for that. I should probably look into that. Even though whatever database is probably in Korean, so I don't know if I can find it. There's the spear. Move. Move. An arrow. Direction. And then died in agony. Oh, a pile of corpses. Sacrian priests carved the emblem of their order into corpses. Oh, those fucks. Can we just, like, beat the shit out of the Sacrian priests at some point? Or at least they're like, Inquisition side of things. Because there's one thing I've learned from, like, history and video games is that any form of, like, Inquisition is usually a bad thing. They're started usually with the best of intentions, and then usually they spiral wholly out of control because they're given way too much power and freedom for the things that they need, and then they usually, like, lose control of themselves because absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Helpless, like last time.
Painfully they died. Watch is all I can do from this place. I'm here for you, baby. Don't you worry, boo. It is unfortunate though. Like, I have a sneaking suspicion that Beatrice might be like one of the strongest people in this, like, in this realm of existence, but she can't do anything because she's just stuck watching from Trixion. Even though I've seen a lot of people going, I want Beatrice in my stronghold. It's like, that's law breaking. And they're just like, don't care. Fuck Trixion. Break that shit in half. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe down the line, like, we end up, like, maybe it'll end up that, like, Trixion is just like a cage or something, and we just, like, break Trixion open, and then Beatrice will be free, and then she can be in our stronghold. Can you have a Xena in your stronghold? She's trusted? Like, can you have any NPC that's trusted in your stronghold? Because, I don't know. I mean, Xena's nice to look at, but she's a little cold. But that Vern Queen, and Black Fang, and Shauna, my stronghold's open to all three of those. Swing by anytime. Because y'all are the real waifus. I know a lot of people like in Korea, and then like a lot of people even in like the West, like Nineveh, and I'm just like Black Fang, Xena, Shauna, you know, the Vern Queen, because I don't know how to pronounce her name, so I always forget it. Oh, there's when you randomly get an achievement for just basic attacking. That's amazing. I love shit like that in the game, where it's like, there's an achievement for how many times you basic attack. Beautiful. I love it. Little things like that, that's what endears a game to me. Like, we see that you auto attack because you're bored. Here's an achievement. Let's see, how many swings does it take to get that achievement? I have done 10,000 basic attacks. That's insane. At 40,000, you then get the title Basic. You can be basic. That's fantastic. That is honestly fantastic. Oh,
I saw you participating in the tournament.
that sucks.
Martial arts are
The stupid Vanquisher horse is lucky it looks. Because with how often that charge gets stuck on gets stuck here. Alright, so we got the card. No, you're cute. Rational adult person. I totally didn't even like dolls and stuff. How dare you insinuate such a thing? You're cute. Dolls are see? Dolls. You the best, never change. Alright, so that means we
I
have
saw you participating in the tournament.
she's a friendly, so when we get to trusted, which will still take a little bit, we will get a charisma potion, which will help us because we need a lot of charisma. And we're at 169 on this character with We got 10 from that, and we got 5 from this, so we're technically at 154. I think the scrapper is a little higher because I think her chest piece. I think her chest piece gives her more charisma because it's the the rapport one. I don't know. Anyway, I kind of want that title, that basic title. So now we're just gonna, spam this whenever we have nothing better to do, or we're waiting for these boats to go by. I'll probably forget that I want to do this by tomorrow. Actually, by today. By the time I get off stream, I'll forget that I wanted to do this to try to get the title faster. I will admit, I paid way too much gold for the greed sword for my berserker, but to be honest, no real regrets. I really like the way the bleed sword looks. Let's see. Speaking of the bleed sword, I'm wondering if... Oh, that stayed about the same. I have a lawmaker box. I'm mostly holding on to it for that's not the one. Wait, is it? Holy shit, did that just skyrocket back up in price? I think someone just fixed the market. I'm like 90% sure somebody fixed the market. Because that was coming down in price. Oh, it's not on this character. That was coming down in price really hard. And now it's gone way back up in price. Yeah, somebody just fixed the market for the selection chests. They basically bought all the chests and then reset it up at 13,000. They even put it more expensive than the weapon, and I highly doubt that, because there was I think there was 20 boxes earlier today. I'll have to go back on my VOD because I think I looked at it earlier for the prices, and it was definitely starting to get really cheap, and now it's gone way back up in price. So much so, well, I mean, I'll wait and see, because if it doesn't come back down, I might sell my box, because I bought my box for 7,000, so that would almost double my I'd basically double my gold. I don't know, I'll wait and see. I have a, well, I don't think I'll ever use the Northern Lawmaker set. I think eventually it'll go up in price a little bit. As soon as someone buys it for 13k, I think I might put mine up. That's too good of a choice to pass up. Because yeah, there's someone had to I think one person bought all those boxes. If not, it could just be that, a bunch of, I mean, it could also just be coincidence that a lot of people got got gold and just decided to get the lawmaker boxes all at once. That is possible, because the auction house is region wide, not server. So it could just be possible that a lot of people, that it went down far enough in price to that people decided, how much? Need 190. I still got a ways to go. That people just decided to buy a lot of boxes at once. Or maybe they bought, someone bought up a lot of the cheaper boxes, and then everybody else bought the other boxes, and then they kind of reset the market. Either way, if it goes up in price, I'm just going to resell my box and reap the profits from it. I have a couple Omen boxes, Omen weapon boxes saved up that I bought. I bought them when they were 4k. If I had waited, they could have been a little cheaper, but again, I'm not exactly hurting for gold. I have 42 grand. It's not a lot of gold technically in the grand scheme of things, but I'm pretty sure I have more gold than most players on my server. Because I feel like the only people who have more gold than I do are either very experienced players who... They're either the experienced players who, you know, flipped things early, like, you know, they flipped their mats early instead of pushing into deeper into tier 3 and tier 2. And it's probably the players that held on to their platinum founders packs and then waited for them to get really expensive and sold them for a lot of gold. Like whoever, like the people who held on to their Cerberus mounts, like the first ones they got, like are probably the biggest winners of the current like gold climate, because they can basically just dump all that gold. Well, they could dump the Cerberus mount and get a bunch of 1,000 gold for it. I think the only other mount that's more expensive than the Cerberus mount, I think, is the Shangra mount. The last time I checked. Yeah, and it's still like that. It came down in price hard though. This, I think the first one sold for like 900,000, and then it was selling for like 500,000, and then it's, for some weird reason, they decided to tank the price all the way down to like 250,000. Like, I personally don't understand it, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, the Cerberus mount, actually this came down. I think this had almost gotten to 300,000. It came all the way down to 100,000. Now it's gone all the way back up. Oh, and that's the that's for a specific color. The selection chest is 149, and I think there's only, oh, there's 8 of them. Honestly, if I get the Nimbus mount, like, while it's still worth like 200,000, I think I'd buy the Nimbus mount and turn around and just buy the Cerberus mount with it, with the gold I made. I'm not exactly the hardest of hardcores for money. Oh baby, here we go. We got it on stream. Here we go. Argos, I told you they had to put out a message. Here we go. I knew it was coming. To be honest, I expected it to come tomorrow, but it's coming. It came today, March 16th, 2022. Here we go. Let's see. I really hope, like, I don't think they'll tell us anything about the roadmap on this. I think this is just explaining their thought process. Heroes of Acrasia. We can't believe it's already been over a month. Working tirelessly, we appreciate support and patience. We've seen more players around the world before diving into our team update. We'd like to thank the millions of heroes who have set foot in Arcadia and joined us for the start of adventure. Speaking of adventure, or at least of international travel, this week we're joined by Smilegate RPG in our Seattle office for fun and productive uniting of forces while we take a look at the content roadmap improve. Yeah, so this probably confirms that we probably won't see like any form of roadmap till, I imagine, next week at the earliest. Unless by this week they mean like, well, no, by this week they probably mean that they probably came like on Monday, and so they're probably like working together to iron it out. So we, I'm assuming we'll probably get a roadmap by like next week. So here we go. So Smilegate came over to improve operations and tools and continue collaboration on all things related to the Western release. That's good. This would be the perfect time to also partner on authoring an update to address concerns we've seen with the community, share our approach for releasing new content to Acrasia, and spoiling a few upcoming surprises. Let's try port right into it. A look behind the curtain. Let's see. Launching Lost Ark in the West has been wonderful, humbling, great experience for whatever. Late nights, creative problem solvings. As we continue to learn from our players' feedbacks and dive into data, our goal is to remain transparent, sometimes brutally so, with our players. To set the stage, we'd like to reiterate some thoughts on progression we shared earlier this month. In other regions, players had to stay in Tier 1 and Tier 2 for a considerable duration, as Tier 3 had not yet been released. In Western release, Lost Ark launched with Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 content. The intention is that Tier 1 and Tier 2 will be used as a road for players to understand the many systems in Lost Ark, encouraging players to explore the vast world of Arcadia and learn how intricate mechanics within battles play out, which makes sense. The first 2 tiers are designed as a mid-game prologue for the wealth of endgame Tier 3 content that Smilegate has developed since their original launch. And even though like, and because I think this is the thing that people miss, tier 1 and tier 2 may have not been successful from the way like Smilegate had done things at their launch, but tier 1 and tier 2 allowed players in other regions to build up their accounts, get their engraving books, get some, you know, get their skill potions, get that kind of stuff, that get their runes, get, you know, build your account so that down the line you can handle the new stuff coming out. And I feel like that's what we really missed out, because we didn't have any help to do any of the catch up on the rest of that. As Gold River, Lost Ark's game director, recommended, you are progressing at your own speed and enjoying horizontal content such as exploration, collectibles, quests, and more alongside your vertical item level progression. A lot of players are currently progressing through tier 1 and tier 2. Some of you are already on tier 3. This is another thing I feel like a lot of people don't really understand. I'm 90% sure most of the player base is still in tier 1 and tier 2. The amount of players in tier 3 compared to the amount of players in tier 1 and tier 2 is minuscule in comparison, because a lot of new players picked up this game either watching their favorite streamers, stuff like that, or maybe through like, you know, advertisements and stuff like that, and they don't really research a lot. Ready to vanquish endgame challenges. Our goal has always been for players to progress at whatever pace they see fit. The Western version of Lost Ark launched with content at and above item level 1370, such as the Night Fox Yoho and Vilganos Guardians, world bosses, ghost pirates, chaos dungeons, and abyssal dungeon hard modes in Punica, partially due to the player feedback we received in our closed alpha and beta test. I'm not gonna lie, I think the vocal minority and the CBT is probably part of the reason we got this, because a lot of them were crying about how easy a lot of stuff was. This is what happens when you listen to a very small group of people. With that in important context, let's talk about Argos. We've seen players' concerns that releasing Argos before a significant portion of the player base had progressed through tier 3 made Lost Ark feel pay to win. We never wanted players to feel rushed in their quest to hit item level 1370. We considered having Argos available at launch, but viewed the Abyss raid as an important stepping stone, helping bridge the gap to endgame activities that have yet to be released in Western version of Lost Ark. We're looking at you, Legion raids. Through that lens, we wanted to give Argos a spotlight and a special introduction to Arcadia. We made a mistake releasing the March game update too quickly after launch. Data we analyzed alongside Smilegate from their previous launches projected that a larger portion of players would have reached the level required to challenge Argos. However, we overlooked certain variables, such as players spending more time on horizontal progression or on horizontal content, and the price of honing materials increasing due to bots and real money transactions. These factors contributed to a scarcity of tier 3 honing materials. Together, our teams at Amazon Games and Smilegate RPG are continuing to gather data, blah blah blah, patience and support, blah blah blah, and apologize for the confusion our early excitement has generated. Perfect. That's what we needed to hear. After analyzing data, listening to player feedback across all of our community channels, we believe that an update that helps adventurers progress with the content currently in-game is more important than releasing new end-game content. We'll expand on this below in the honing section. With that said, players should feel encouraged to progress at whatever pace they are most comfortable with. However, there's still a wealth of endgame content that needs to arrive in Arcadia. Endgame content will be introduced, but players should continue progressing at their own pace. Our goal is to provide fun content for players, even if it's at a higher level, while never making players feel pressure that they need to pay to progress. Flexibility has always been the driving force in the collaboration between our teams, as has ensuring that players are able to enjoy and play Lost Ark how they see fit. From adjustments to the monetization for the Western version, like making sure that aside for some account level features, everything can be earned in-game, to listen to player feedback on content timing, we wanted to remain flexible, which is also why I partially believe that having a concrete roadmap for our version this early in the game is probably not the best idea for them. I think they should have like a roadmap for side content, like new classes, events, stuff like that, but then leave like a general roadmap for like, or at least like if you're going to give us, just give us an order of where you're going to release things, but keep it not concrete so they can have a flexible time to base it off of what players are doing. Amazon Games and Smilegate will continue to monitor, but feel that Legion raids, the definitive Lost Ark raiding experience, should be released after players have acquired enough materials to be confident and ready for the complicated challenges awaiting them. I also kind of want to caveat that I think here they didn't specify gear score. I think what they mean by have acquired enough materials, they're talking about your engravings, and they're talking also about your cards, because the card sets really do play a big effect once you start getting to the higher stuff. And then probably some skill potions along the side and runes. Don't worry, more content is still coming soon. Horizontal content like new classes, baby, this is what we all been waiting for. Islands and the continent of South Vern will release as planned. Beautiful. We shall share a more comprehensive look into our content roadmap for April and May in the near future. So I'm assuming probably next week. Next week, or at the very latest. Let's see how many more days we got left. So we have like about like a little bit more than we have like 2 weeks left from this date, April 16th, basically in March. I imagine we'll see something next week, and at the very latest, it'll definitely be like the week of the 28th. After our week of in-studio collaboration has concluded, the plans have been finalized. Exactly. So I'm pretty sure by this, I think this kind of like in a roundabout way says that next week we'll get a more concrete roadmap for April and May. Now that we've discussed our approach to progression and in-game content, let's move on to cosmetic skins and advanced classes. As we read on the forum, the forums, watch streams and videos, check in on Discord, and hop in game, we've seen the feedbacks that players would like skins and advanced classes to be released at an accelerated rate. These two categories of content are entwined, which is one of the reasons that speeding up too much is tricky. Existing skins in the Korean versions were released before some classes, requiring art and development time to rig models with skins for newer classes, and the special weapons that accompany them. Still, we are releasing skins at a faster rate than they were originally in Korea. People also forget, the game's literally only been out for a month. Like, calm the fuck down. You cannot sit there and complain about pay to win and how Lost Ark wants you to milk your money with the Argos and then turn around and ask for more new skins. Like, that's not how this works. Pick a side. And we will continue listening to player feedback about the tempo of our release. Similarly, classes will be released faster. Beautiful. That's what everybody wants. Nobody likes waiting for a class they want to play. And our goal is to catch up. As we release new content into the game, we want to add new classes that complement that content. The problem is that, all right, so this part of the sentence is a little tricky, because how do you decide that? Because I could easily understand this as like painters coming soon, because the support always complements new content. Like, that's how it is. So they're definitely leaving themselves a way open with this statement right here. More classes will be available soon, and we'll share specifics in the upcoming roadmap. We're working with Smilegate in studio this week. In the upcoming roadmap that we're working on with Smilegate in the studio this week. All right. Economy, bots, and honing materials. Another area of player concern we've seen around is honing. We know that every triumphant yell as a player succeeds a low percentage hone. There are other players frustrated with their attempt failing, leaving them without enough materials to try again. I feel like this is something that's a bit tricky because players need to get used to this. It's just that I think that I will agree that I think it's too early for having the players to get used to this, because like they're saying, Legion raids are like the beginning of the real end game stuff. So because the point is you look at Korea, they're 1.7% hone chances. Like, they're really low honing rates. Like, but then again, they're also like 1,500, way up there. So I do feel like while players do need to get used to low percentage hones, I will also agree that I think it's a little too early to have to deal with that, especially if they want to get us to Legion raids. As players focus on their first character, we've seen that there are a lower number of alternate roster characters to help feed main characters and the economy with the high level honing materials. A shortage of tier 3 progression materials coupled with problems introduced by bots have made honing materials too expensive and a burden for players. To combat this, we will be supplying more progression materials for players to earn through fun in-game events. Like, really what they should do. Like, giving a way at least for like you can get one character or maybe like two characters into tier 3 sped up is pretty good. Injecting more gold into mid and end game, which I think this might be them just increasing how much gold we get from our Abyss dungeons, because apparently people have done them, like they've compared it, and our Abyss dungeon golds and for like Argos for the Abyss dungeons and for like of all tiers and all that is lower than in like Korea, so they might like up those. And continuing our hard stance against bots. That'll be good. That'll be nice. Bots have been a problem for us since launch. Even though we banned them as quickly as we could, they keep springing up. Thanks to the mass bond of bots around the timing of Argos update and the removal of early game gold that attracted them in the first place, we've seen a steep decline in bots, blah blah blah. We will continue to take a hard stance against remaining boss inefficient, whatever. That's basically just a jargon of, you know, bots are going to be here, they're going to keep fighting them, but we're probably going to still have to deal with them. Injection of honing materials. In next week's update, we will provide additional Grand Prix honing rewards. Nice. Introduce a new casual event guardian raid to supply players with more honing materials and kick off the first season of competitive proving grounds. Okay, you have my attention. This is pretty interesting because I don't think the casual event thing for guardian raids has been for other people, for other events. Event guardian raids. In this event, you can enjoy guardian raids in a more casual way. Relax, play, and get honing materials. Similar to the Grand Prix, you can enter once a day per roster and earn event-specific coins to spend on rewards at a new vendor. This vendor can be found in major cities alongside the entrance to this new activity. In this event, Scale of Balance is applied to change the character stats to match the Guardians. Oh, so this is... Isn't this basically the Challenge Guardians? From what I understand, those aren't very casual. Those are pretty rough if you don't have good engravings. And the difficulty is adjusted according to the number of participants in the raids. Players will be able to challenge Helgaia, Frost Helgaia, alright, 2 pain-in-the-ass birds. Lumeris, he's actually pretty easy. Erno, super easy. Veritas, not that bad. Chromanium, super easy. Necrosena, a bit of a pain. Dark Legoros and Icy Legoros, both very easy. Calventes, can be a pain or easy. Levinos, that tree can go, like, die in a fire. And Levinos. This event will last for roughly a month, and players with item level 250 or above will be able to participate. We'll reiterate the details of this event in next week's update notes, but are excited to spoil the surprise as players look to earn more honing materials. So basically this means not tomorrow, but next week. If I'm understanding this correctly, we will get this event, and it will last basically from now till through the April updates. If you know, for a month. So that'll be interesting to see. Arcadia Grand Prix adjustments. We're adding tailoring books and metallurgy books to the reward table for players to increase their honing rates, and we're increasing the number of event coins earned to help players get items easier than before. We hope these new rewards will help players as they look to progress to tier 3 and beyond. And we have the PvP with the season 1 stuff, because that'll give us some extra honing materials on the side, and that'll be a more permanent shop that we can do, because if I'm mistaken, seasons last like a couple months. So and then there's also extra stuff, like if you rank up, if I'm mistaken, there's like skins you can get for ranking up. I think you have to get to platinum to get the full set. There's a mount you can get that expires at the end of the season, but from what I understand is really easy to regain. So that'll be pretty interesting. Conclusion, complete with gifts. Ooh, what do you got here? We know there's a lot to unpack above, and even with context and information, you may have questions, concerns, and feedbacks. Our teams at Amazon and Smilegate will continue to listen to your feedback and work to communicate and give gifts. Lost Ark fans around the world are celebrating all the... Oh, we're getting the animal skins. I'm pretty hyped for this, to be honest. The game they love. Players in Korea received gifts to commemorate the Western launch of the game, and we wanted everyone to be included. We're so grateful for all of you who have joined us on the start of this adventure, and we're excited about the long future ahead. To help you on this journey with us, enjoy a gift full of fun cosmetics and useful materials. You will receive this gift the week of March 21st after our weekly update maintenance. So that'll be Monday, is when we can start getting our weekly update and maintenance. So if it's the weekly update and maintenance of the week of the 21st, that means we will get this on the 24th of March, if I'm mistaken, if I am understanding this correctly. We will get a new animal selection skin, which I'm thinking are these, right here. I've been wanting the stupid cow. Oh man, but the cow and the dino costumes are fantastic. I love those. That's pretty cool. Makokon pet selection chest. You better give me that rainbow. Oh, but there's the Christmas ones too. Lost Ark United structure. That's pretty cool. Appearance change ticket. 132 peons. Thank you. Menelik's tome times 5. Thank you. Legendary card selection. Whoo, baby. We finishing that Clef set, people. Jukebox songs that will be provided when the jukebox content is released in the future. That's fantastic. I will say right now, your legendary card pack selection chest, hold on to them until after the we're done with the event. So you have to remember, I know, like, you know, a lot of people will kind of be super hyped to like really open their legendary card pack selection chests like right off the bat. Your best use of these is to hold on to them until after the Grand Prix event is done. I know that it'd be really hard and whatever, but you need to remember we have 3 more weeks of a legendary card pack. If you're like me, for instance, I am missing 2 cards for the Cliffwind set to get all the cards once, and then an extra card for like King Thyrain, or just 1 extra card of the other 3 legendary cards in that set, and then the Soulless cards so I can have my crit rate set. If you open these and you say give yourself like Carmine and Delay and Armin, and then say you do the rest of the event and you get like 2 Carmines and you're stuck waiting for that 1 extra legendary card, like, you now just messed yourself over, because if you hadn't opened those packs and gotten yourself a Carmine, and then say you luck out 2 Carmines from the remaining weeks of the event, you now have a level 1 awakened Carmine, and then you can use the selection chest to get Delay and Armin, and then get a King Thyrain card, and now you have all of your legendary cards done. So, and like, that's just a scenario, because remember, you have 4 legendary cards in the crit rate set. You need to get at least 2 of those to level 1 awakening. That's the easiest like requirement. So let's say you have Armin, because I'm saying you get that from an achievement. You have Saria, you have Solus. You can get King Thyrain from his rapport, and then you have Carmine and you have Delay and Armin as drops from, you can get them from card packs, or you can get them as drops from the dungeons, and then there's their achievements. I'm saying you can get Delay and Armin from like, I think it's like Ignia tokens, and you can get actually I don't remember where Delay and Armin's from, and then you can get Carmine from doing like 100 Chaos Gates or something stupid like that. It's going to take you a while to get there, but basically with these 2 selection packs, if you somehow luck out and let's say you get a Carmine, like 2 Carmines, you know, you have Armin, Saria, you have Solus, you get 2 Carmines from the last like from the, you know, from doing the next like 3 weeks of content of the legendary packs from the Grand Prix event. Now and then you have, so all you're missing is, so you have 2 Carmines. You have Carmines, so now you'll have, this is again hypothetical situation, you have Armin, Saria, Solus, and now you have a level 1 awakened Carmine if you luck out on double Carmine. Carmine is just an example, it works for any of them. Then so all you're missing is a King Thyrain and a Delay and Armin, and you have 2 legendary card pack selection chests. Now, if I'm not mistaken, these card pack selection chests let you choose the specific card you want. So if that's the case, all you really need to do is you need to get, you choose one of those selection chests to get you a King Thyrain and then a Delay and Armin. Because once you put those in, all you're waiting for is to get trusted with report with King Thyrain, which if you want, you can probably just brute force it with the report items. They've given us a bunch of them. And then finish your Soulless cards, and you have the crit rate set. Like, so, I know it was a bit long-winded, but please, do not just instantly open your legendary card selection chest until at least after the event's over. In my opinion, or at least the Grand Prix, I think that's the best way to hold on to them. And then the jukebox is sick. With such an expansive and complex game, there will be nuances and differences between players in each region, but this is just the start of the adventure, blah, blah, blah. Thank you for joining. I feel like this is exactly what we needed. It's kind of ironic because I said it earlier in stream that I was kind of expecting this tomorrow or Friday after the patch was done. Tailoring books and metallurgy books are fantastic. I feel like those really go a long way. The event Guardian raids, we'll have to see how those pan out, because this sounds a lot like the challenge raids from Korea, but they said it's supposed to be casual. So what I'm assuming what's probably going to happen is, while this might flex you to their like item level, gear score, whatever the hell you want to call it, I think these bosses might literally just be the bosses with their original health values. like without any of the buffs. So, and maybe with like the extra changes, like with Veritas. Also, if you can select which one you can do and still get the same amount of rewards. Well, basically, there's two ways I see this. What they could do is it rotates every day between each one of these, and you do it once a day per roster. Or this is a list that you get to choose which one you do, and you do that once a day per roster. If that's the case, you can just choose Ernal, beat the shit out of Ernal, and get your rewards and get out. And I feel like that's what most people will do if they get to choose. So we'll kind of see how this pans out, because this isn't very clear. So I will get more details next week, so that'll be fine. But the honing material stuff is fantastic in my opinion. I feel like this is probably the best move they could have done outside of like this, all of this, the event Guardian raids and the Grand Prix. Outside of just straight giving us the honing buffs, I think this is your next best thing. The bots and stuff, you know, they're basically committed to it. This is supposed to be injecting more gold into mid and end game. I don't know if that'll come from events. I don't know if that'll come from buffing content we have in the game. So we'll find out about that when that happens. I think a lot of people's main concern is we have classes. Basically we have it in writing. Classes will be released faster. What this means? No fucking clue. We'll find out when they tell us. The one thing that concerns me is that we want to add new classes that complement that content. I'm not sure what they mean by that, because in all honesty, out of the classes remaining, I'm not sure of I'm not sure how you would like how you would you know, take this as an understanding. We want to add new classes that complement that content. I guess you could argue that, so for instance, destroyers are front attack class with a good counters and a lot of stagger. Legion raids are raids that have a lot of raid mechanics are tied to countering and staggering. So having an extra front attack class that will hopefully be in front of the boss at all times to at least counter, and a class that will stagger, I could understand that. I don't know how the hell this would translate with Reaper. I don't know how it would translate with Arcana, because as far as I know, neither of them bring anything like extra spicy to the content, because Reaper brings like a crit debuff, which we already have. Arcana, I don't think really brings much of anything aside from like their RNG damage. I could understand it as maybe like Summoner and Scouter are generally classified with like Demonic Impulse, Shadowhunter as pretty beginner friendly classes. So I guess that could be, you know, maybe for the harder raids, but even then you would want those out earlier. And then Lance Master is all around just a really good class. Like, it's just, from what I understand, it's considered the most balanced class in the game by players. It's really fun, it's really strong, it's really rewarding. And then Painter's a support. So I don't quite understand what they mean by this sentence. It kind of worries me a little bit. But we'll see how it goes. They've already told us that more classes, this is plural, will be available soon. We might understand this. Maybe we'll get multiple classes per month of release instead of just one per month. They'll share specifics in the upcoming roadmap. Again, we'll probably see this next week, I'm assuming, seeing how Smilegate is here this week and they're working together this week. Aside from that, I feel like the rest of this is pretty good. Now, my main concern... So, well, we know that... Where is it? Let me see if I can find it again. We know that they said... They had said that Legion raids, I think, were slightly delayed. But South Vern was still coming. Why am I even? We're gonna. Okay, so here, Legion raids, the Defender of Lost Ark should be whatever, but should enough materials and confident. More content will be coming soon. So their plans, from what I understand from this, horizontal content like new classes, islands, and South Vern will release this plan. So if I understand this correctly, South Vern is coming in April, and we're getting new classes. Now the question is, will the expedited class schedule be in effect for the first couple classes or not? I can kind of understand this. I feel kind of bad for players that don't like it, but it seems that Destroyer and Arcana are the first two classes. Because as much as people want to call it a leak, I hate to break it to you, but the leak was done by Amazon themselves, and that was the roadmap they had planned. So if new classes, islands, and continent of South Vern will release as planned, then we can probably, now again, this is not definitive until we get a roadmap in our hands. I'm just saying that this sentence would lead me to believe that in April it is Destroyer with some islands and South Vern. So that's that. Overall, I think this is very good. I think this is very well written, very clear, concise. The gifts are nice. I wasn't really expecting any gifts out of it, but I'll take free pet and, like, you know, costumes and stuff. I don't know what the hell this is though. Oh, I missed that one. We get a snowboard, or is this like a? Yeah, it's like a snowboard, bro. That's fucking, sign me up for that purple one. That purple one looks cool. I think it's very good. I can't really complain. Unfortunately, that ate into my Berserker planning, but I feel like that was a really good, like, ending to the video, or to the stream. I think I'm gonna, like, when I get on, I think I'm gonna chop that out on YouTube later and probably just make that into a video. But basically, so that's everything for today. That was a lot of stuff to read. I highly suggest you go read it on your own, at your own pace, to kind of, like, figure things out. Sorry, I'm really kind of excited with this, with all the news we got just now. Basically, but that's it for the stream today. I appreciate y'all for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, on the VODs, and you made it this far, I appreciate you for making it all the way to the end. If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch on the VOD later, I do stream on Twitch from Monday through Friday at 2 p.m. Central to 6 p.m. Central. Next week I will have a couple days. I still don't know the time. They still haven't, you know, the people we're working with for the roofing aren't, a little frustrating because they're not giving me concrete schedules. But as soon as I know, remember to check the panel on my Twitch under in the info stuff for I'll put an update that as soon as I know for when those days are for that they're going to come fix my roof, it will be the days I don't stream. So yeah, basically I think this is a very good first step to rectifying some of the shortcomings that Lost Ark for our version has, and I think that this is a pretty positive image, or a pretty positive outlook for what the future could hold for us. So, you know, I guess what I want to say is don't give up. I really think that Lost Ark has a pretty good amount of potential, and I feel like this post, as we'll see as they roll stuff out, I think it shows that they really do care about how we play their games. But basically that's all for today. I will see you guys tomorrow after tomorrow's patch day. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be able to push the scrapper a couple more points up in level, and I hope y'all have fun in Lost Ark. And man, I'm excited because this game is going to get crazy. Catch y'all tomorrow.